All right, hello, everybody out there, and welcome back to the People's Ascension. We are a Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition stream. We get together, usually today, 15 minutes ago, every Saturday. But there's been some poltergeist messing with all of my stuff, so I had to, those are difficult because. Anyway, we are just about at the culmination of the first real inciting event of our new necromantic story arc. So I'm super excited to get into that. Anyway, we got a lot planned today, so I'm gonna try to keep this short. So we are the People's Ascension. We play D&D every Saturday at 2 p.m. EST. Come check us out. And if you like what we're doing, just scroll down in the cards on Twitch or down in the description in YouTube and find all the places that we are. You can check us out on Twitter. That's where I drop most of my impromptu thoughts and announcements on various things. We also have a growing Discord community, so you can check us out there. And last but certainly not least, if you like what we're doing and you have the means to support us, we do have a Patreon page. You can go check that out. We have various different tiers that grant access to exclusive Discord channels, to after shows, to player interviews, and extra, behind the scenes sort of DM insight, character sheets, enemy sheets, prep work kind of stuff. So you can check that out if you like what we're doing. And the more support we have, the more the community grows, the more this channel will grow. And I have a lot of great ideas for extra content to throw out there, as well as, or on top of, new shows and new games. But that's getting ahead of ourselves. As for now, we're going to play some D&D. That's what we're doing today. So let's introduce everybody. I'm Jack, also known as Like Near Levels, on the various places. I am the Dungeon Master today. I control all of the undead that are going to eat all of their faces. Or something. Like,
my
there's
beautiful
a cleric
face!
in the party. They're fine. Also, on Tuesdays, I play Star Trek, which is a drastically different game from what we do here. So Tuesdays, I'm over at twitch.tv/Studio Tembo with my new friend, Jeff Harvey, and that is at 7 o'clock on Tuesdays, playing some Star Trek. I am the first officer, the number one. Very fun show. It's great. We're just starting off. We just got to the Shackleton Expanse, and we're gonna go hang out with a pre-warp society or something like that. And Wednesdays, sometimes we play Cyberpunk. That's at 8 o'clock. I am a netrunner doing netrunner things, hacking into mostly cameras, because that's what hackers do. So you can check us out there. That is on twitch.tv/ELHMK1 with my new friend ELH. Both very good shows. If you want some sci-fi to go along with your fantasy, check us out. Check me out on both those places, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, respectively. As for now, we are playing some Dungeons and some Dragons and some undead. Maybe an undead dragon. Maybe. Probably not. And we have these people playing with us. So who are you people? What are you doing here? Anyone?
That's quite a question. Who are we?
Yeah, who are you, Taylor?
I'm Taylor.
All right.
I play Aquila, the Goliath Blood Hunter of the Lycan Order. You know, honestly, kind of grumpy. And just trying to do better.
Okay.
I mean, that's because getting into the details of her situation takes a lot.
Yeah, there's a whole backlog of that. So if you're interested in that and you haven't caught the first part of this show, we have another 12 episodes largely dedicated to why Aquila is angry. Let's see, she kicked
Not
us
all
off.
it's about.
No, it's not. There's a lot of cool stuff going on there, including fire giant ghosts and robots and stuff.
Yeah.
Who's next on our clockwork of people? Steven is next. Hello.
Okay. Yes, I am Steven. I play Ander, the half-elf warlock. He is a follower of the Far One Zadok. which means that all of his magic is very eldritch horror-y themed, all kinds of tentacles and black oil. He and his patron are concerned with collecting knowledge and finding out things that other people don't want them to know, or that other people don't know. And he is generally accompanied by his familiar Redna, who is a small brain in a blob of oil that can shapeshift into various forms, generally with a lot of extra eyes or tentacles.
But not an abomination.
But not an abomination.
Not an abomination.
Very importantly, not an abomination. The party mascot.
Yes.
Can't be an abomination.
No. Blink, blink. Blink, 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 blink. Arlene, hello. Good morning. Or afternoon. Whatever time it is.
Yes, afternoon. Well, yeah, for us it's afternoon. My name is Arlene. I play Tali, who is a follower of Archaeological, Tempest Cleric. More specifically, though, the Saint Lewena, patron saint of elves. And she is an orphan who was raised in a human orphanage, even though she's an elf, so she's working on her elfiness.
Working on that.
And she's also one half of the Tempest twins.
Mm-hmm. The Tempest twins. Getting your bachelor's degree in elfology.
Elfiness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Culture, language, all that fun stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll see when that comes in handy. Okay.
Doing elfy things.
Doing elfy things in elfy places with elfy people.
With elfy people.
Yep.
But not sexy things.
Elfy things.
Tali gets weird.
Tali's
That is
very
true.
young.
Yes.
She is actually.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's kind of adorable.
Okay. Christian. Hello, Christian. You might get to hit some things today.
Maybe. Probably not. Let's face it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up? I'm a guy. I play a dude who likes to hit things and cast spells, maybe. That's it.
Okay.
They skip briefer.
This one didn't even include his name.
Nope.
Nope. Okay, we'll try to get Omen a bit more spotlight and maybe bring Christian back a little bit more. Okay, and wrap us up, Stephanie. Hello.
Hi, I'm Stephanie. I play Sevgi. She's a human sorcerer who's the other half of the Tempest twins. Also, obviously, also a lightning-based character, and I think that's it.
Trying to distance yourself from the swamp, I see.
And I'm also was found in a swamp, I guess.
Yeah, that's okay. Cool. That's all of us. So, without any further ado, because we got a late start and I have a lot planned, let's dive back into things. Last
When do you ever
episode,
not have a lot planned?
I know. Last episode was actually fairly eventful, fairly exciting. So, what happened? Somebody died.
Darn, that's what I was
Ah.
gonna say. Lonathan.
Lonathan.
I remembered
Yes.
his name this time. He got killed by a zombie.
A young archaeology student, sort of assistant.
Bit of a kiss ass, apparently.
Interns.
I don't know. Never had one. He got killed. Killed the zombie, and then they started investigating.
Keep going.
I'm trying. And sort of during the course of the investigation, we found out that it was one of the zombies from the communal pen. Significantly later on, Omen found out that the spell that animated it had been, there was another one that had been layered on top of that and sort of altered it a bit. Only that because Aquila noticed that there was something weird about the glow of it. And we I'm blanking. Someone help. I'm trying, but I'm blanking.
Yeah, because the zombie body and Lonathan's body were both taken to that tent where Omen decided to stand watch with it to make sure nothing else happened. And that's when he got all the information about the mark and stuff. Super handy.
Yeah.
We also did a head count on the undead and found out that 3 were missing there.
Yeah.
Sevgi and Ander followed a shadow around the domes for a while, found that it was Maxim. So it's just nothing weird there.
Well, no, I mean, he was checking around the stakes that he'd put in the dig site, and honestly, the timing of that did make it seem a little funky.
Yeah.
And
he was just checking his work.
That's what we assume at this point, because Andrew didn't see anything. There was no weird magic right around there. Yeah. At a certain point, we decided to do a head count of the people who were here, and also to sort of gather the various wands that were used to command the undead, just to sort of make sure that those weren't missing, and to see if any other people were missing. And there were 4 people missing, and that was important. And so, we kept all of the wizards in the dining hall area and went to investigate the tents. First to make sure that, nobody had ignored Tali banging on her shield. And no, that didn't seem to be the issue. The people were genuinely gone. Everything seemed to center back on the Liam's tent, who was one of the researchers, not like one of the higher up ones. And that was where they had the sex rock.
Yeah,
which was making suggestive noises. And
as a distraction.
Yeah, well, to keep people from coming in, which is exactly what it did. At first. I know I'm skipping. I know I'm not going in chronological order. Because, it's like we investigated other tents, and then we went back there because sort of the scent of the other people led us there. And Andrew decided to throw the whole place apart to sort of figure things out. And we checked under the bed, and there was a tunnel. And also, it seems like Sagana might be involved due to her scent sort of being present there as well. And I know I'm missing a lot of stuff, but I can't remember it for some reason.
So I know that the gnome who was missing from the head count, who was one of the, I believe, more senior researchers. Initially, Ander had detected a number of magical items in her tent. None of them super duper powerful, so he didn't think too much about it, since wizards, magic items, not that crazy. Except that they now all seem to be gone, along with said gnome, so that's a little suspicious. We also detected or found a Necromancy 101 book that it had a the middle of the pages cut out to use as like a hiding place for something. Basically, we got played hard.
Yep. And we also told Amakaba to keep an eye on Sagana, just in case.
Yes, because she is with everyone else. She's not missing, but
Yeah.
it seems like she might be involved. So
Yeah.
we shall see.
Okay.
And then, yeah, we found the ladder.
And we have Maxim with us.
Yeah. Saved us a couple spell slots, so that was handy.
Did.
Okay. Yes, I'm over here doing my own thing because there's always more prep work to be done. Yeah, that sounded. Yeah. Anyone else have anything more to add? No, that all sounded good. There were some things missing, but that's to be expected.
We hit the major points.
Hit the major
so,
points, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if we want everything, we can just do the whole thing all over again.
Right, yeah. We'll
Yeah,
just
step
we'll
by
just
step,
play that whole
but-
5-hour scene again. No, we have a new 5-hour episode to do. Okay. Yeah, that's certainly all the time I need to do all of this stuff that didn't get done. So, let's start off there. Let's pick up. You guys are in one of the tents that one or more of these archaeology assistants, students, are staying in during their stay at this excavation site. This being the excavation site of a warrior of legend, one of the greatest generals of the Etrian kingdom, which was in charge of the lands that are now occupied by the Genavian people, the rulers of the Genavian Empire, and where everybody is currently at. There's a war 1,500 years ago or so. The Genovites overthrew the Etrians, which was an elven kingdom. In the process of doing so, this great warrior, Shaolue, one of the daughters, the eldest daughter of the Mad King, King Gaeris Etrius, was killed and subsequently buried here, presumably. And over the course of how long has it been? It's been about a week, I believe. Yeah, since you guys first arrived, tasked by the Archmage of Necromancy to discreetly look into possible infiltration by the Cult of Worms, which you previously had brief dealings with when they managed to actually summon an ancient Lich Prince from ages ago. And now something's happening with that, probably. Anyway, you were tasked to look into that. You got here. You hung out with the archaeologist, asked some questions, looked over everybody a little bit, and then somebody was killed. And that led to an investigation. And now you guys are at this tent. This is the tent of... Does anyone remember his name before I flip to the appropriate page?
Liam.
This is Liam's tent. Good job.
I said that earlier.
Did you? I was playing with zombies.
It's inappropriate.
I mean, That's a whole. I'm sure there's a whole. There's a nice big tome. The ethics of raised control. Anyway, yes, we are in Liam's tent, who may or may not, on occasion, perhaps, bunk with another archivist, Chadius, and who is frequently visited
Chadius.
by a young elven woman, Lelima. You were led here because there was some relations being had in this tent, or so it seemed, because you went and banged on the tent flap and nobody answered, so you busted in, hoping not to see anything too strange. And fortunately, well, you did. It just wasn't the strange things you were fearing you would see. There was not a beast with 3 or more backs. There was, however, a rock that was making happy noises, and a hole in the ground that leads somewhere, probably. So with a little more context, that is where you are. The bed has been thrown up, sort of putting pressure on the tent wall as it's hanging against the canvas, and you guys are standing around this hole that descends into the ground. Other than that, you did find, through the course of looking through a number of tents, some missing magical objects that Ander had pointed out previously. You found 2 lead-lined boxes about the size of a large tome. You found a cup that had some kind of residue at the bottom, and a happy noise rock, which was subsequently dispelled by Maxim.
Now it's just a regular
Now it's
rock.
just a rock. So, I believe everybody is here. The 5 of you and Maxim. If I remember correctly, Makiba is back in the sort of cafeteria tent, keeping an eye on everybody else. Notably, you sent a message to her to keep an eye on Sagana, since Aquila noticed a scent that Ander had been carrying around with him, sort of in this room, and since Ander had been hanging out with Sagana for most of the week, you deduce that's probably what it is.
Well, he actually went and got something of hers.
Right, that's right. Yeah, you went to her tent, grabbed a bed sheet,
Like
and give it a big old whiff.
Yeah.
I know. It's like, yep, nope, this isn't strange at all.
Smelling ladies' bed sheets.
This is an
what
official
counts as
investigation. It's
investigation.
not weird at all.
Yep.
Look, it's like, when you know
When
what
you say
Aquila
it
is,
that way.
it's less weird.
This is necessary for safety.
National security.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, you guys are in a tent, standing around a big hole in the ground, with said stuff strewn about the place.
Yep. All right.
Oh,
We should go down.
First of all,
Maxim, you might
before we go
wanna-
down, can I see or can anyone hear anything down the hole if we're all quiet for a
Yeah,
second?
that's a good idea. Can we hear?
Yeah.
Can I hear anything?
You guys are so ready to go. All this other stuff, deep dark hole. Let's just jump right down it. Okay.
We've made progress, damn it.
That is true. Usually you guys
Still.
stand there for a few hours.
Encouragement, Jack.
Yeah. So you want to do some perception checks?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess. I knew in
They would be
percent.
listening.
Nice.
Yeah. That's gonna be the best roll of the night for me.
Very important one.
Oh. Oh, don't say that.
On wood.
Go.
I mean, it's a
Okay.
natural 20, so it's hard to get better.
You roll another 20.
Yeah.
Quit doing that.
No,
Okay.
it's not as bad as the couple of times I've rolled 3 20s in a row.
Yeah, my poor Medusa.
Do that again.
She deserved
okay.
it.
No, she didn't. She was just hanging out.
She was trying to kill us.
Hard moment.
Right.
Okay. Yes, let's ground ourselves in what's going on right now. So,
I'm gonna focus.
yeah, Ander, you can peer down with your half elfy eyes, and yeah, you have dark vision. So you look down, and it does. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like it's hard to judge, vertical depth in darkness, even with dark vision. It looks like it goes down probably somewhere between 20 and 40 feet. There's a ladder that descends. Aquila, I assume you are listening and sniffing about.
Yes, I was
With,
going to say mostly listening, but sure.
Yeah.
Since I'm still breathing anyway, probably at least sniffing a little.
With a natural 20, that adds up to a 25.
Mm-hmm.
You can be relatively certain that there is nothing immediately going on down there. There is nothing causing any bit of noise.
Well, at least I can
Yeah.
say with relative confidence it won't be immediately jumped.
Yeah, you don't hear
That's
anything.
what I was
down
trying to
there.
figure out. So
Yep.
You don't hear
Well,
anything down there. There is no discernible breeze. There's no real scent. I mean, it smells like dirt.
Yeah. I mean, probably smell the people who went down it.
Yeah, you get the same scents that have lingered in this room. That.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, can say we won't immediately get jumped.
That's good.
that's all I was looking for.
So let's get going then.
Maxim, you might want to head back to the food tent.
Yes, I
Might
was
get a little dangerous.
going to ask if there was anything more you wanted accomplished up here.
Not that I can think of. You can help Makaba keep an eye on Sagana.
I was going to say, is there some way of sort of alarming the area in case somebody else comes out?
A small area.
Mostly just need it for coming out of here.
That could be done.
That might be helpful.
He reaches into a satchel and pulls out a little spool of wire and goes and traces it around the hole in the floor. It says a quick invocation, and well, if somebody goes in or out, I'll be notified.
Sweet.
That's something. All right. Other than that, I think we should get going.
Yeah, I don't mind going down first.
I'll go down
Best of luck,
after
I
you.
suppose.
Thank you.
If you do come across any interesting ruins, try not to smash them.
Oh,
Be very
don't worry.
important to my work.
Don't worry, we don't smash ruins.
Right.
Unless they're religious.
Those weren't ruined. That altar was not ruined.
He gives you all a sort of squinting, lingering look for a minute, and then just spins
Alright,
on his
in the
heel
hole.
and walks away.
Yep.
All right. So is Tali going down first, followed by?
Akita.
Yep.
Whoever
Oh,
wants to
man,
go
I
after that.
I guess me or
Okay.
Omen. Did you want to go next, or do you want me and Sevgi, and then you at the back?
Say, would you like the squishy people in the middle?
Perhaps just in terms of keeping everyone safe, I should keep a lookout from behind.
Okie dokie. I guess I'll go after Aquila.
And I'll go after Ender.
Okay. And just Omen bringing up the rear. So Aquila, are you diving down this hole, or are we all taking the ladder?
Taking the ladder?
Okay.
Yeah, I
Ladder.
can see the ladder.
There was some chatter before stream about
No,
just
that was
jumping
Tali
straight
who
down.
that was Tali who wanted
Yep.
to jump down.
Ignore that. Disregard.
I was gonna.
Like,
I was
like, that was not
considering
me.
doing a super cool roll and then
I was
posing,
advising
but it's
against
kind of
it.
deep. So I'll go down the ladder this
Yeah.
time.
Okay.
I, know,
Next
it's like,
time
I was
there's another
advising
roll, I
against
might.
doing that.
So. Tali, you get down the bottom of this ladder. You have dark vision. You can see down here. There is not much room to move around, and this hole is fairly tight.
Aquila's favorite.
I know. It's wonderful.
Right. Well, Aquila, even though tall and with a bit more bulk than the average person, is still rather lean, and doesn't wear heavy armor,
No, medium.
or at least terribly bulky armor. Omen, on the other hand, is a rather large individual with rather large bulky armor.
That's right. He's bigger than I am.
Yes, he is bigger than you. Going down is not too much trouble. Let me ask, is there any attempt at stealth going on?
I hope
Probably a
not.
good idea.
Omen is lighting a torch at the top of the ladder before
Alright.
he goes down because he cannot
Oh.
see in the dark.
Never
mean-
mind then.
Some of the people who went down here were humans. They don't have dark vision either,
Torches.
I guess.
So,
Or other magical forms
Or
of
just-
light.
I was gonna say it's like seems a poor choice underground where there's potentially limited air supply.
There's also a lot of wizards. Light's a cantrip.
Right, that's fair.
So, on your way proceeding down, at least on Omen's part, probably occasionally from Tali, you actually have some lighter armor now, wearing the Darkwood armor, and it's actually cut
Yeah.
rather slim. So you don't actually have to worry about confined spaces too much anymore. It's really just Omen who, bringing up the rear, or at this point the top, as everybody else is descending. Occasionally, Omen will scrape against one of the walls and make a metal on earth scraping sound. Some rocks fall and tumble on people's heads.
Have my shield up.
Tali, you get to the ground first, and there is literally just a narrow passage leading off into darkness. It is less than 5 feet wide. I mean, you guys are going to have to... It's going to be single file going down here. And Omen might have to squeeze a bit. but it does head off down into the darkness, further than your torchlight from the back and dark vision can see.
Cool. There's like no like turns or anything. It's just like one straight tunnel.
As far as you can see, going forward, which is about
Okay.
60 feet or so, you don't see any bends.
Cool. I guess
It's
start.
not immediately
walking.
straight, but it's mostly straight. The walls do look like they were carved out by probably pickaxe and shovel and whatnot. These are not brick-laid walls. It is just bare earth. Occasionally,
Cool.
as you proceed, you probably see one or two of these just from where you're standing. You see reinforcement of wood. But
Must have worked on
this was
for
not
a
a
while.
tunnel made by professional miners or tunnelers. The fact that it is still up is luck. It's bare
Nice.
earth with no reinforcements.
Cool. Can I just keep an eye out for like any, I guess, weak spots where it looks like it could collapse in or anything like that in the front?
Okay. This would be one of the very few times in 3.5 that I could call on a knowledge dungeoneering check, but we don't have those anymore. So what else would be applicable? There's not really a...
Survival?
A survival or perception?
I'm thinking it's more of an intelligence check to know when something looks like it's going to be problematic.
Oh, would that be in nature?
I think it
mean,
would.
this-
I think it would just be like
Or
a
investigation?
knowledge dungeoneering check. And investigate is a knowledge or is an intelligence skill. I could see. I could see that, but nobody here really has
It's
all
kind of like
that
looking
much,
for traps.
Yeah, it's
It's just
similar
being
to looking for
perceptive.
traps. Yeah, I would say it requires some knowledge of, mining and tunneling and underground stuff. This would be perfect for the dwarves. I would throw stone cunning into this, even though it's really more just earth. But
Something's
knowing,
underground.
yeah, knowing that none of you are all that experienced with making or fortifying tunnels, Tully, since you were in the lead, if you would like to make an investigation check, I will keep that in mind.
All right. Okay, please. Please. Please be good. Okay, not bad.
Okay.
Could be worse.
And again, going forward, Omen is continuing with his torch out in the back. Everyone moving along a single file.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So Omen would. I was going to do this earlier, but we already have descended the ladder.
Yep.
Perhaps we should keep some distance between us. If we cause a collapse, it would be best if we're farther apart. So only as few of us are affected as possible.
Makes sense to me.
Forgive my caution, the last time we were in a small, cramped space, we almost all nearly died. So, I would hate for that to befall us again.
Wait, which time was that?
I was gonna say, that wasn't very cramped.
Oh, I was just thinking, how many times have we almost died in small spaces?
True. Compared to some of the places we have been underground, it's like that wasn't very cramped. But that's
But
not
the
the
caution
point.
is sound.
Yes.
I feel like
How-
even that sewer was cramped for a 9-foot tall plate wearing person. That's the place which I am referring to.
Gotcha. Yeah, fair.
Makes sense.
I
What were
remember,
you-
I remember having to stoop down low in order to even move in that sewer, so that is why I'm bringing it up.
What kind of distance were you thinking? Like 15 feet or more? Because I don't want to get too far away from each other in case. Well, I guess if anything happens, we're kind of screwed anyway because we can only fight single file. So
I think we should keep within eyesight and earshot as much as possible, but also far enough away that hopefully a collapse won't take all of us out, and at least someone can dig us out before we suffocate, or attempt to.
I guess like 20, probably 20 feet then with torchlight and everything.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. All
Now
right.
you make
So yeah, I
it
guess we'll.
scary.
Jack, would Omen have any reason to believe that the missing zombies might have been the ones to carve this tunnel out? Like, it seems to me that would be a good use of zombies, especially given that it seems like the upkeep of counting zombies isn't a daily occurrence. They could have been doing this for days, weeks, unbeknownst to anybody else.
That's solid thinking.
Yeah, I would have never thought about that.
Or I suppose I could just say that I think that and move on.
Yeah, you are allowed these suspicions that that your characters would have. I think that falls into a reasonable deduction or suspicion.
The logic behind it is definitely sound.
I mean, doing so is clearly unskilled labor. Anyone who can swing a pickaxe or a shovel would be able to carve this out. It doesn't look too expertly done. Okay.
Just the thing for zombies. So yeah, I guess we'll make our way down with, like I said, about 20 feet between each of us.
I just noticed, Taylor, by the way that you've got Octocat sitting right behind you. Looks like you have cat.
I see.
No, I didn't. I wasn't doing that on purpose. I wasn't. That's
soon
just,
as
You have to stay there.
it's just I keep resting like this, and I guess that's where it lines up.
As soon as you said her name, I looked up and saw it.
Well, now you have to stay there the whole stream.
I won't stay there the whole screen, but I'll keep coming back because this is apparently how I keep resting myself.
Okay. So, you guys are going forward with, you said, 20 feet between each of you?
Yep.
Okay.
So I think that should allow anyone in the group to see the person in front of them or behind them still.
So we are Tali, Ander, Aquila.
Tali, Aquila, Ander.
There's Sevgi, Omen.
Tali, Aquila,
it.
Ander, Sevgi, Omen. Omen's the
Yeah.
one with the torch.
Yep.
Which means, Aquila, you are outside of his torchlight range.
Yeah. I've still got some of the hollow fire stuff, I think,
Okay.
so I can light that up.
Yeah, you can fish out a small, almost
Jelly.
gelatinous cube, a little bluish
It's
green.
basically
gelatinous
Sterno.
cube. Sure. Take
No,
out
I mean,
your water skin and drizzle a little bit on there, and it begins to emanate this soft blue light.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's not a fire hazard.
No, it's not.
It doesn't consume oxygen.
It's a dwarven
It's cool.
concoction.
Oh, we need to talk to Molgaby about getting more.
Yeah, you guys have been using that quite a lot, so you're probably running low.
Yeah, I
Unfortunately,
thought you
my
said
stats
each
really
one
got
had a use
destroyed.
of like how long are they useful for?
I
Oh,
would
I
have to
used
go
to
back
have
and
that
check
written
my
down.
notes, but I do have that written down somewhere, but I'm not going to go fishing for it right now.
That's fair.
Long enough.
Yeah, I was gonna say they last longer than a standard torch.
Yeah.
which is, I think, part of why it's like, oh yes, let me buy that because that sounds useful
Oh,
since I don't have dark vision.
Oh yeah, very useful item.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have the hollow fire.
Like 5 of them.
That'll produce enough light definitely for you to see. I believe it's only about 20 feet of low light. But it's enough for you to see. I think it did give full light to some extent. It's not as bright as a torch, but it does last
which is
longer.
fine.
Uh,
Yeah.
But anyway,
Well,
you can see.
Just for getting down the hallway.
Yeah. So, trudging forward, single file down this tunnel. You travel for about a minute or so. Moving slowly, moving cautiously, as Tali is looking about and knowing a few of your party may have to duck and turn and squeeze a little bit as you go through. Let's see, you got a 12 on that investigation check.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys proceed for about a minute, 2 minutes. Let me write down. Let's see that. Okay. So you're moving slowly, Tali. You're keeping an eye on everything as you're moving through. You don't have, as I said, a lot of education when it comes to mining techniques or geological stability. You don't see any like pressure pads on the ground or levers in the floor or rocks taped to the ceiling. But you continue on, moving slowly. Every few feet, you stop and take a look around and wave people on. The group stretching out a good 100 feet or so. So by the time you get to where you are, Omen is really just taking his first few steps from where you descended the ladder. And you proceed forward a little bit. Ander or Aquila, you follow behind. Ander, you follow behind. Sevgi, make a dexterity save.
Oh. Oh.
Okay. So, the three of you in front of Sevgi hear almost like the sound of a door being kicked in. Heavy wooden impact and bursting. Sevgi, as you walk by a section of this dirt tunnel, a section of it bursts out towards you. It seems like there is a sort of nook carved out of it and a piece of wood laid on top of it and plastered with just a little bit of dirt. Not a sophisticated trap, but a 12 didn't see it. And a zombie comes barreling out from behind this. And in doing so, grabs up on one of the support structures that lines this place, knocks into you, knocks you prone because you failed your dexterity save, and rips this joist from the ceiling. And it begins to collapse, just in your general vicinity. But let me consult. Rocks fall, you die. No. They are not rocks, it is just a whole bunch of dirt. Well, there's probably some rocks in there. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. I have it pinned to my wall.
They're just small rocks.
So...
Pebbles, gravel.
You take 10 points of bludgeoning damage as you are knocked prone, covered in several feet of earth. You are buried and therefore partially buried and therefore restrained. The zombie is somewhere in this mess as well, and Omen, you see this collapse, but you're 20 feet back. Even if your first instinct was to rush ahead, you would not get there in time to pull her out of the way, but I assume you have something you want to do, and Ander directly in front, you would be the closest, but again, still 20 feet away from where the zombie bull rushed through and collapsed the front.
Okie dokie.
Nice.
Tali, or you're 20 feet apart. Yeah, Tali, just behind you, you hear a similar commotion as about 15 feet behind you, just in front of Aquila, but not close enough to get her. Another zombie comes bursting through and rips down another joint, causing itself to get buried. But now, Tali, you are currently separated from Aquila and Ander. Sevgi is buried 60 feet behind you, and Omen is separated by another section of collapsed tunnel.
So I know that the way that light works is the way that light works.
Mm-hmm.
But is this collapse encompassing the entire tunnel, or is it partially? How much earth has fallen? Would I be able to see past the cave-in? That's essentially what I'm asking.
Yes, there is a portion that still is not covered. Especially if you scrape a little bit aside, you can peer through. I assume you do run up a little bit, and you can see probably from about chest high. Sevgi is sticking out, probably making painful noises as she is buried and crushed by earth. But it does sort of slope in off in one corner where part of that joist remained. You can see further. It is, however, Aquila is providing some light further ahead, and you can see Ander probably caught between both the sounds, trying to figure out what he's going to do.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I would run, as I expected this before we came down here,
Mm-hmm.
Or something similar.
Oh,
I run up to try to
Good thing you said something.
uncover Sevgi from this earth.
Okay.
Not doing anything special. Maybe taking my shield and using my shield to dig in and drag earth out more quickly and efficiently than just by using my hands. But
Sure. Cool.
Quick question, and I asking just as a kind of a. So, I've used detect magic quite a bit in the last couple days in this camp.
Mm-hmm.
Do zombies give off any kind of magical aura? I know there is detect undead spells, so
Right, a
bit of
detect
a Hail
magic.
Mary.
A detect magic isn't going to do that.
Okay. Just
you,
an idea.
You suspect. I mean, you know that the sort of branding they have on their forehead, you can detect. That's probably one of the purposes behind it. But if that isn't placed on the zombie and it's not necessary, or subsequently dispelled or otherwise gotten rid of, simple detect magic would not detect an undead.
Okay. I had the thought, and then I'm like, wait, there's actually a spell for that, so probably not, but figured I'd ask. Just since 3 feet of dirt, I might still be able to tell where the zombie was.
Yeah.
But not going to work.
Detect
okay.
magic is broken enough.
Fair. Like I said, had the thought, realized probably not, but was like, I'll ask for
Especially
the hell of
warlocks,
it.
you can keep it on 24/7.
Yeah, I think.
Hey, we've set it
I
up so
know,
there's
I
a
know.
physical
Yep.
identifier.
Mhm.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, each other time that you've done it, you've gotten a faint necromantic source from the mark on their forehead. But
Yeah, I
that would
thought
be-
so.
That would be it.
Right.
Yeah, if Jack wants to play it as it won't show through the dirt, that's fine. I realize that would probably be a little busted.
Already
so
a
I,
little busted.
so I think what I'm going to do is actually just. Oh, let me see how much. Yeah, 10 pounds. That'll help. I'm going to start trying to dig Sepki out from the other side, and I'm actually going to cast Mage Hand, and have it help.
Okay.
It's 10 pounds. It can move 10 pounds, so like it
Yeah, I
can
have questions too.
push dirt.
Okay. I will get to both of your actions. There are 2 questions.
Cool.
Either of you.
Okay. So, can I talk to Aquila from where I am? Because I don't. It didn't. The tunnel didn't collapse on her, did it?
There is some commotion. Some dirt is still pouring in. Sevgi's, probably just getting done screaming or groaning. You can still hear zombies, and actually, Ander, you can tell that there is movement underneath the dirt that your mage hand is, playing with, whether it be the zombie or Sevgi, and Aquila. Or all I'm saying is there is a lot of noise. So, yes, just like the other mound of earth that collapsed down, there is a section that you can see through mostly. And if you shout, you can communicate at least with Aquila, probably Ander, but probably not Sevgi and Omen from this distance unless
Say
you're
it's
quite
like,
loud.
would she need to shout for Aquila to
Okay,
hear her?
cool. Yeah. Aquila's the one I wanted to talk to anyway, so.
Yeah.
Cool. Just wondering.
Okay.
Should I just go ahead and do it?
Yeah, if there's something you want to do.
I can wait. Well, I first of all just want to make sure Akila's not in that mound of dirt, because Tali wouldn't know that for sure.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm not under it.
cool.
Yeah, it
All right, and
collapsed
did Tali
just in
see
front of you.
that? Did Tali see that it was zombies that pulled the tunnel down?
I mean, it was behind you.
Yeah,
it was in front
it
of
was
me.
behind you, so you don't know anything happened other than 1, probably 2 collapses.
I really want to just start stabbing the dirt. Like, if there's zombies in there, I can just,
Well, the thing
well,
is, it's like Aquila did see.
Right. Just for this immediate time, because we're Earth fell, time
wait.
pause, because we're all there's something everybody wants to do. Tali, make a perception check to see if you can hear or otherwise notice a piece of zombie.
Hey.
You do so, actually. You turn around and you do see one sort of grayish ashen arm sticking out of this mound. For a second you are concerned that it's Tali, but the arm is way too scrawny to be Aquila's arm. And you can see it sort of flopping around, trying to get its undead hand on some of the dirt and begin scraping away.
Chop it off.
I'm just start stabbing
I'm just gonna
with my
start
sword.
stabbing into
Hacking at it.
into the ground.
Well, I guess I can't hack at it because it's a narrow tunnel.
It's a narrow tunnel and it's
So I'm
buried
just gonna-
underneath a pile of earth, but you can
Chop
kinda
his
stab
arm
at it.
off.
I'm gonna stab at it
Okay.
until it's dead.
Keela, what were you thinking, or at least your question?
I wanted to ask. It's like, so clearing out this dirt. Does it still seem, like I can actually clear it out and we can then pass through again?
I mean, as long as you don't cause it to further collapse, probably. I mean, the dirt has to be displaced somewhere, so you're gonna have to pull it back down the hallway. But as long as it doesn't collapse further, presumably you would just keep going.
Okay.
So, are you? Is that what you're doing? Are you trying to dig out the mound in front of you?
I was thinking, because I would have seen the zombie come out.
Yes.
So I know that there is a zombie in there.
Yes.
But it would be at basically the bottom of this pile of dirt.
Most likely.
So I guess I'll start pulling it off.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe if I see the dirt start sort of moving, then I'll start stabbing at it.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Sevki, being half buried with a zombie, is there anything you would like to do?
Better than not be half buried with a zombie.
Try and yeah, that too. I guess try and dig myself out.
Okay.
If she's able to, or
Right.
try to.
Yeah, your arms are mostly buried underneath this dirt. You can see Omen run up, take his really scramble and push himself against the wall to try to get his shield out and up and start scraping away the top of the mound that's on top of you. Underneath, you can just kind of wriggle underneath it and kind of shift your body weight, trying to build a hole for you to squirm your way out of. And you notice you can feel movement and earth displacement down by your feet. I want Tali stabbing. Tali make an attack roll with disadvantage because you can't really see your target. Aquila make an athletics check just to see how much digging you get through. Ander, because you're using Mage Hand, make an athletics check with disadvantage because it can only displace so much. And Omen, you can make an athletics check with advantage because I like the idea of the shield shovel. And because Sevki's kind of helping.
Do I have disadvantage from using Mage Hand?
Because it's a tiny little hand that only moves this a little bit at a time.
Okay.
Your safety is replaced by disadvantage. There's upsides and downsides.
No, sorry.
Oh, you're moving up with it, and you're using it as a third hand.
Third hand.
Gotcha.
Yes, to
Never
increase
mind.
speed.
Yeah, never mind. I mean, it's not helping a whole bunch.
Okay.
I will. It's not enough to give you advantage, but I will keep it in mind for the DC. So you can roll
That's
flat.
fair.
And
I was just trying to figure out why I had disadvantage.
yeah,
It's
I
more
thought
for
you were staying
flavor,
20
but it
feet
was
back,
like-
and you had the mage hand going up. Yeah.
No, I was just giving myself a third hand.
Okay. Gotcha.
It was what I had.
Makes more sense.
That was athletics, you said?
Yes.
Cool. Give me 1 second. I gotta roll with these dice.
I suppose.
So that my +5 isn't added.
Right. Your gloves of climbing don't affect shoveling speed. Let's see here. What am I looking for? I am looking for...
They stick to the dirt and just pull out giant clumps of it.
But then you can't get them off.
Yeah.
It's like,
Okay, let's see here. Zombies. They are not difficult to hit. Tali, that does where are you? That does hit.
They're
Yeah,
super
that
not
hits
difficult
even with
to
a
hit.
10. So go ahead and roll damage for that. 5 points of poking damage to the zombie.
Piercing, I guess. Not slashing.
5 points there, though they did take damage from being
5 points
buried.
of pokey ouchies.
How much? That was 10 points of damage from there. Okay. Let's see. Or numbers. Yeah, Kilo, you're shoveling away. You're getting through the good top half of it. Definitely enough.
Yeah, I mean,
for
she's
you
sort
to...
of being a bit more careful because she is looking out for movement of the
Right.
zombie.
Right. Yeah, you're spending your time carefully and observantly displacing some of this dirt. So
Yeah.
you get a foot or so off the top. You don't notice you notice a little bit of movement, just from pausing every now and continuing to see the ground sort of shift, but not enough to.
Not enough that I would start stabbing.
Not enough. Yeah, not enough that you could target something.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just not wanting the zombie to immediately pop up and be like.
Between Omen, Ander, and Sevgi. Sevgi, did you roll? Did I forget to ask you? Sevgi, you can also roll an athletics check with disadvantage because you are restrained. If that's even allowed. I'm gonna say it is.
Since it's dirt instead of a person.
Yeah. Yeah, Sevgi, you're really just squirming in place. But between Omen and Ander, there's a lot of dirt being displaced. So. Yeah, with the 19 from Ander and the zombies' attempt at getting out. Actually, the zombie has more strength than a skeleton, because I can't just use the same stat sheet for both. Ander, you begin quickly with 3 hands scraping this dirt off of Sevgi, and you get to a point where you see boots sticking out, and you continue scraping away, and then you realize that those aren't Sevgi's boots. But as you are realizing that, the earth parts as a zombie busts through this now lessened layer of dirt and throws itself towards you.
Wait, I was digging out the zombie?
Yep.
Like, I can see Sevgi's head.
No, you were
Would
on the
I
other
not
side. The head is sticking out Omen's side.
She fell prone?
Yes.
Can I not see Omen's head where he's digging?
Part way through, when you meet together, yeah.
Okay. Alright. So, I unearthed a zombie.
You displace enough earth that the zombie is able to unearth itself. It was buried within the same 5 to 8 foot area that Sevgi was buried in. And you were not immediately aware of the zombie because you weren't looking in that direction.
Alright.
So, I need to roll an attack roll for you. I felt like I was fairly clear with all the description I was providing.
Yeah, I just didn't realize I was digging the zombie out instead of...
Well...
Unfortunately, the zombie rolled like shit.
Would the zombie not be prone?
I mean, the zombie is prone, but it is also using its turn to get itself out and stand up. And it doesn't have to move because you're right next to it. It does get an attack. It sort of lunges at you as it stands up, but it rolls a 6, which is a grand total of 9, which is not enough to hit even you, Ander.
I will say, even I can
withstand that.
So you push yourself away from this half-high earth mound now, just as it lunges forward and sort of lashes at some of the grass sticking off of your armor. Still sort of covered in dirt. It spends the rest of its turn sort of scraping its legs off and standing up. Omen, on the other side, you dig away enough that if you want to, you can really just with your strength pull Sevgi the rest of the way out of the hole she squirmed, unless there's something else you wanted to do.
I mean, as long as that's not apparently going to cause more of a collapse or injure her in any way. Last thing I would want is both of us to then get trapped underneath a lot more dirt.
Right. With a 15, yeah, you've been scooping from the middle, so you're providing still some more stabilizing weight towards the sides. I mean, the weight from the top and the sides, taking all of that away is most likely where the collapse would have occurred, rather than at the very bottom of the mound. There's no guarantee, but pulling her out shouldn't be a problem. I mean, you were probably asking for another, I don't know, intelligence check or something. There's something you're going for here.
No, I'm
Okay.
just trying to be safe.
Right.
If it is safe to use my action to do that,
Well,
then
I
that
know
is what I'm
you
going to do.
don't like calling for rolls, so sometimes I have to ask if
Nope.
there's something specific you're going for, because occasionally we're not on the same wavelength.
I do not call for rolls because
Okay.
I think it's not my job to ask for
Right.
a roll.
Right. Yeah. So I will just tell you. In fact, out of everybody, you would probably have the most experience, and that's still probably not a lot, of displacing dirt. You've probably dug plenty of trenches in your time, or graves, or maybe even sapping tunnels. Who knows? Yeah, so you can pull her out slowly, and there is no further collapse. Okay. That zombie is still buried. That's round 1. Okay. So Sevgi, you're out. You're on Omen's side. There is probably about 4 feet of soil across the 8 foot or so distance between you and Ander, who you can immediately see, and probably Aquila down there near that shiny blue stuff. And then Aquila, you are still working on that mound there. Any change of plans, or are we just continuing to move about?
I would have heard the zombie coming out at Ander.
I'm assuming Andrew would have
Yes.
shouted something along those. Oh shit!
Sure.
Okay. But there's not really much I can do since it's such a narrow time.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty much me and the zombie one-on-one.
Okay. Then at that point, I was like, I'm probably gonna look back. And it's like, fuck. And I'm gonna keep digging because again, it's like I can't get to the zombie without kind of almost literally going through him.
Right. And there's
I
another
don't-
one on this side
Well,
anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, and it's like I don't hate Ander enough to go through him quite that literally.
Out of the way. Okay.
Hmm.
Let me roll one of these. Okay. Okay. Talia, I assume you're continuing to stab.
Yep.
Okay. Ander, Sevgi, and Omen, since your situation has kind of changed, new variables in the form of a zombie has appeared. How does this affect what you are doing?
I'm gonna try and make the zombie less alive than it already is.
Okay.
I'm gonna attack it. 2 questions actually. A, is this look like just one of the standard zombies from the pen in whatever ratty clothing they gave them? Actually, let me make it simpler for you. Does it have anything metal on it? Because I'm assuming we are within melee range of each other.
You're within melee range. It is not wearing anything metal. No.
Okay.
Not
Does it look like
anything substantive enough for
That's
for
fair. I
attacking
just knew
Wrath.
we had armored zombies at one point, so. Second question. Does it look like it was damaged at all by the cave-in
Yes.
that it caused? Cool. Toll the dead.
Okay.
It needs to roll a wisdom saving throw against a 16.
Okay, it will do so. Why do I keep closing my book? Actually, I can do this. Bear with me here.
Guessing zombies aren't very wise.
One would assume not, but
Well,
Zambi.
standard
All right.
zombies.
So,
hopefully it rolls about as trash as it did on attacking me.
Zambies. Can I not, I really not throw it in my... Nope. I can do...
Would you like me to look up their wisdom score real quick?
No, I have it. I'm just trying to make it so that I can just roll from here without having to click on anything fancy. Screw it. I'm just going to roll manually. Okay. It gets a grand total of 0.
Cool. So, and since it has been damaged, it gets the big die. And I rolled a 7.
Okay.
So 7 necrotic damage.
Does necrotic damage
this is
hurt
the
zombies?
Same.
It's a lot of flesh, so yeah, probably rots away faster than it already is.
I believe it does. They are not immune or resistant to necrotic, which I think is weird, but we're gonna go with it.
I said, if
7 damage.
they fall apart faster.
Yeah. So I can see,
Let's see.
Steven's rationale.
Or you overload it with negative energy, depending on how you want to look at necrotic.
Yeah. What is... Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
It was the best thing I had, and I was counting on best damage I had, and I was counting on zombies not being very wise.
So Ander, you cast this spell, and you can see it throw its head back and fall over. A little bit of brackish, pinkish, lumpy ooze dripping from its nose and its what's left of its ears.
Ew, it's brain.
And then it gets the fuck back up, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Zombies.
Undead fortitude. All right.
God, I hate that shit.
And in response, it is going to attack you. That time
think I pissed
with a
it
bit more
off.
force. Yes, it
Yep.
gets up and lunges towards you in one fluid motion. Yeah, you made it angry, dealing 6 points of bludgeoning damage and knocking you back on your heels. It is unarmed, and it basically just shoulder checks you, and might get a grubby sort of broken nailed clawing into the back of your armor, but the force of it knocks you back and deals some damage. Sort of slams your shoulder hard against the other wall.
You have fleshy bits on your armor now.
Fortunately, you both rolled quite high enough on keeping that tunnel stable. Okay. Let's see. Why did I scroll up so much? Okay. Let's see. Above that, I believe we had Tali stabbing again. Is that what that 18 was
It
for?
sure did.
Yes, that does
Sure
hit.
was.
So go ahead and roll that short sword damage. Another 5 points on your side.
Yeah.
Do we get some more undead fortitude?
There is no apparent change. Actually, Aquila, go ahead and make another athletics check to keep moving Earth away. And Omen and Sevgi, what are your thoughts?
Is everything still intact? I'm gonna try to make sure that Sengi hasn't broken any bones or dislocated anything.
No. Sevgi, you took, I believe, only 10 points of bludgeoning damage. You are a caster, so you only have so much HP, but that's not enough to do any major damage to you. You're a bit shaken. You'll have some bad bruises in the morning, maybe kinked your back a bit, but you're in no immediate danger.
Okay. I can be better. Thank you for your help.
It's unfortunate that seems every time we enter one of these spaces, it's always you that something bad happens to. So, here I'm gonna hand Seppi a potion of healing, and presumably I can hear a combat taking place on the other side of this wall.
Yeah, and you dug enough away to actually see Ander and this zombie, just pretty much their head and maybe their shoulder, engaging each other in combat. So you do have line of sight. In fact.
I'm gonna go back to digging out the tunnel, so I can safely continue on through, while also not causing a collapse, or attempting to not cause a collapse.
Okay. Yeah. Continue. Make another roll with advantage. Sevgi, you are going to have to sort of squirm behind Omen as he continues to dig out. But if there's something more you would like to do. Also, I believe your camera is frozen.
Nope.
No, it is for me. And presumably for the stream. So that's strange.
I can see her moving.
We'll see if that fixes itself. Anyway.
I see Sevgi move.
All right. Well, Sevgi, what, if anything, are you doing? I would say you still have line of sight on the zombie past Omen's shoulder and the rest of the earth mound. Anything that relies on unobstructed contact moving like a well, a magic missile's not a good example because that automatically hits, but say a fire bolt, something that needs to travel from you to somebody else, since you are shooting largely through Omen, that could be a risk. But if it's something that you just need to see and specifically target something from afar, you could do that without any risk. If there's anything specific you want to do, and you are behind Omen, you are out of danger, and you're between multiple obstacles to this zombie. So if there's nothing immediate you want to do, that's good too.
Yeah, I think at the moment, because I'm still not 100% sure what to do exactly.
Sure. Yeah, still a little dazed from the ceiling caving in on you. Omen, you do continue to slower this time and with a little bit more range of movement, begin scraping more out with your shield. Every now and then pressing the remaining bit against the wall with your shield to help pack that dirt in. And we'll say probably one more turn of that if combat lasts that long, and you could easily move through with no trouble, or you could clamber through at half speed. And a check to see if you clambering through causes any problems. Okay, so I believe that was everybody this turn. Let's actually... I'm going to fast forward one more turn. Well, let's no, we'll keep this. Ander, you are fighting a zombie. That is the most important thing right now. What are you doing?
Okay. I am going to try and do what I did last turn again.
All right. So
I'm gonna hold the dead on it again and hope it stays the fuck down this time.
okay. It again rolls a 0.
Cool. It doesn't come back with full health from Undead Fortitude, does it?
No, I believe it only comes back with 1 HP.
Oh,
Something
okay,
like
cool.
that. Yeah, 1 HP.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it was still applicable, that it was damage. In damage.
Yeah, another 10 points of damage.
Stay down this time.
That's a con save. Yeah, you toll the dead again. It again gets knocked. It doesn't actually get knocked back because its momentum was going forward. It just sort of crumples as it continues moving towards you, slams hard, face first on the ground in front of you, and there's a small pool of this brackish brain fluid leaking from its head. And you wait and get ready to cast another spell, and it stays down. That really gives Omen enough time to finish digging through carefully enough. Tali, do you continue to stab? And Aquila, you still have more work to do on this mound.
Continue to stab.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep digging.
Yeah, Tali, you can see that arm is still moving about. Okay, a
I missed
9.
that one.
Actually, on a zombie with an AC of 8, you do still hit the zombie.
Well, sweet.
You've done 15 damage
Oh my
to it
God,
now.
I can't get past that 5. It's so annoying.
It's funny though.
Okay.
No.
It's a little funny.
Little
Oh
bit.
shit.
Oh wait, no. Better not touch me, zombie. Although I don't know if I have a choice, because that would hit me. Or at least the first one would.
Okay. All of those rolls there culminate in yes, Tali, you stab at the zombie and the arm goes limp. And you can hear Aquila beginning to scrape even more of the dirt off the top of this. And then the arm twitches. And bursting out of the remains of the ground, the zombie stands up and basically just forcefully falls into you. And you just shoulder check your shield into it and push it backwards.
Yeah, don't touch me, stinky. Well, it probably isn't very stinky, but grossy.
Let's see. Let me double. What was Aquila's last? Yeah, that was a
Not
6 and then an 8.
Yep. It's not good.
Aquila, make a dex save.
Okay. my god!
You do trigger a secondary collapse of this tunnel. You were not paying enough attention to the top as you were focused on looking for movement at the bottom, and you dig enough away, scraping against the side, not being aware of pressing dirt as much as Omen may have did, and the forcefulness of the zombie pushing itself out actually causes some of the walls to cave in a bit. You likewise are knocked prone. It's not as much as the first collapse because it's not coming from the ceiling, but you do take 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Sure.
I'll
take that.
You are knocked prone. You're only half covered, so you're not restrained. I will say you're considered
more to cover
grappled.
me. Okay.
Tali, you are face to face with a very injured but still intent on eating your face zombie, and Aquila, you are half buried. The rest of you behind this scene are recovering and beginning to move through that first obstacle.
Well, I'm gonna try and get myself out.
Okay, make an athletics roll.
Before she tries to do that, since I'm within range of her. Can I? I'm gonna cast guidance on her real quick. I'm gonna be a Tali.
You are about 35, 40 feet away. Guidance, I believe, is a touch spell, so I don't think you can cover that distance.
Okay.
Got a booper.
Wait.
I thought we were only 20 feet apart, so...
Right, but you had to move 20 feet back to go to where Sevgi was.
Fair.
Very
Makes
true.
sense.
Don't I get advantage on athletics from the...
Is that only in your wolf form, or is that all the time?
It doesn't specify that it...
I think it's a lycanthrope ability, but I don't know if it requires...
It doesn't say in your wolf form.
Feral might.
So you're talking about advantage on strength checks underneath your hybrid transformation?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think it also lists the advantage on scent and hearing, which we use.
No, heightened sense is its own feature, whereas feral might is underneath the hybrid transformation.
Okay, that's fine then. I just can never remember.
Yeah, I think that requires you to be in your wolf form.
That's fine. That's fine. I was just going to be so annoyed at myself if I could have been rolling with advantage this whole time. But okay, athletic. Just theoretically, I should be good at.
Yeah.
But I'm not, apparently. Oh my god.
It is not your day. Get it all out of your system now.
I said that 20 was going to be the best I got.
Because currently this is not super high stakes. It's just 2 zombies and some dirt. But you are not able to pull yourself free. Ander, I assume you do start rushing towards Aquila.
Yes.
And Sevgi and Omen can do things as well. Talia, I assume you're smacking a zombie.
Yeah.
In one form or another.
Yep. So stabbing. Also, does that mean I no longer get disadvantage because he's out of the dirt and
Correct.
completely visible?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna stab him again.
Okay. Roll your damage. Just to see how high the
Please be
save
more than
is.
5.
It's going to be 5.
Please be more than 5.
Don't you have cantrips that do more damage than that sword?
Yeah, but those would be a disadvantage.
Are they all ranged? Okay.
I think most of what you got is ranged.
You lunge forward with the short sword again and pierce straight through where its heart would be. It stumbles backwards and collapses down.
And
Yay!
there we go.
Stands up. Actually doesn't bother standing up and just sort of like lunges forward and grabs at your shins.
Oh god, no. Just don't restrain me. I am notoriously bad at getting restrained and getting out of restraint.
Yeah, so it throws itself forward towards your knees, and you back up and just stomp it into the ground, and it dies, because I'm done with this.
Yay! Curb stomp it. Heck yeah. That means my boots are all gross and
Yes.
zombie gooey.
Yes, they
Ew.
are.
I was like,
regret
everybody
this
smells.
decision.
I was like, people smelling of corpses now.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely.
Wish I had prestidigitation.
Surprisingly useful spell.
So,
It
with that taken care of, presuming we can get Aquila out without causing even more collapses, we
Eventually.
are out of combat if they're... So, throwing it back to you guys.
Cool.
Omen, immediately upon the death of the first zombie, is going to inspect it to check to see if it has a shared marking on its forehead. That
But yeah, I was
the
gonna.
other ones did.
Okay.
See if
I was
this
thinking
is
about
one
that.
of the
Totally
missing
forgot.
ones, or if this is a newly conjured one, or specially conjured one.
Okay. Both of you can make investigation checks. Talia, I assume you were doing the same
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. Investigation. There it is. No, I don't know.
Take my bad rolls. Take them all.
No, stop giving me your bad rolls.
Yeah, so, between the both of you, and between the both of these zombies, the only real identifying mark that the official zombies had was the brand on their forehead. Tali, you just curb stomped this head into goop. So there's not enough left to see if there was a mark on its forehead. And because of all the necromantic energy from Anders' toll undead, enough of the skin has begun to slough away and get covered in dirt from being buried and scraped against walls, and there's too much damage to really tell if there was any sort of branding there. But they both look like fairly well-preserved zombies. It doesn't look like anything that's been laying in the ground for centuries, or
Were they perfumed?
anything. Aquila, you can make a perception check with advantage.
Yep.
See how
Make
that
my
goes.
smell check.
Make your
Sniff
smell check.
Ah.
Sniff the zombies.
Yeah, with a 15, past the dusty air, the accumulating sweat of your comrades in this confined space, and the smell of death and decay, you can just begin to make out some faint potpourri-esque smell.
Okay. Smells like they're zombies.
Yeah, after investigating and seeing that there's not enough intact of a mark, if there was one, Omen is just going to violently punch the skull of this zombie, cursing out in giant in this tunnel, and stand up and brush himself off and continue walking.
Okay. Who's unburying Aquila?
I can help with that.
You're on the other side, Dolly.
We'll say
Yeah.
either one person and Aquila can roll separately, or somebody with advantage.
Yeah, because I
Since
mean,
you're
I'm
both
still
working
clearly
on it.
trying to free
Yeah.
myself.
You
And
stop for a
as I
second,
said,
and sniff the air, and then wait, I'm still buried.
I mean, I can do both.
Yeah.
Multitasking, damn it.
I'm gonna get over to her, cast guidance on her, and then help her.
Nothing. What does guidance do?
So it gives you a
4.
plus 1d4 to
Okay.
Yeah, so
an action.
roll with advantage plus 4.
as the
whatever you
doc
normally
starts
get.
whispering to you to tell you how to dig yourself out.
At that point, I might just ignore it. Well, I mean, I think I've got it.
Okay.
Come on, don't you want to see how high it can go? Ooh, not very.
No, your guidance is terrible.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, Akila, you start digging through, and in the back of your head, you hear, "It's dirt. It's not that difficult." And you eventually get yourself out with the help of multiple people.
He's motivating.
I don't want him in my head again. Mm-mm.
As you get out and stand up, you get this weird, oily, sweaty feeling on the back of your neck. You reach back, and there's nothing there. You're dry as the dust around you, but it just feels icky.
Ew.
Everybody is free and unaccosted by zombies.
Then let's get going.
All right. Same order, same distance, all that.
Yeah, I'd say that worked out for the most part, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could
now
have
that
gone a lot worse.
It could have
Now
buried
that we
multiple
kind
people
of-
at a time.
Yeah. Thank you, Omen, for that wonderful suggestion.
Mhm.
Thank you for being mildly paranoid.
Job, Omen.
How many zombies were missing from the pen?
3, we had
3.
the one that attacked Lonathan, and then there's these 2.
And we don't know for a fact that these were in the pen
I
because we
did
couldn't
say
make
that.
out.
I was gonna say I did say they smelled the same.
Oh, okay. They did smell the same. All right.
Mhm.
Now, it would not be unreasonable if you were completely paranoid for a cult member to get their hands on such a scent, but you were missing 3. These 3 smell the same.
I was gonna say, and it's probably still not a bad idea. Since we now know at least some possible traps, is there a chance at another perception roll
For
to look for
investigation.
traps? Or investigation. Sorry, to look for traps, or are we
I
still
know,
going?
it's like, yeah, we should definitely
Yeah,
keep an eye out for traps. Because
Tali,
they
if
don't
you
all have to
are-
include zombies.
if Tali, if you are continuing to lead the pack, you can make another investigation check.
All right, cool.
Awesome.
Worse.
So we weren't
Worse
allowed
than
to help.
before.
You take 2 steps forward and are immediately consumed by a gelatinous cube.
My
No, you're not.
passive investigation is 11. So
So it sucks. My passive investigation is 19.
I don't like
Yeah.
passive investigation. It doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't. I
Alright.
kind of wish that it had gone into I wish it had
Right.
gone into my passive ins
Uh,
because that would make more
Interesting.
sense as a
We'll-
passive thing.
We'll talk about that. I will.
Okay.
I will write that down.
There's many different variations of how people roll passive scores.
Yeah. Well, it's my passive investigation got bumped because of the observant feat.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
again, I think insight makes more sense.
That's an after show discussion if you want to head to our Patreon and listen to all of that. Anyway, you can continue forward. Tali, you are frantically looking around, making sure that no zombies are popping out, and all you see is dimly lit dirt. But you continue on for just a few more minutes, when you can see no light ahead, but you're getting close enough that your dark vision is allowing you to make out what looks like a small pile of rubble. You walk a little bit further, and just at the edge of your dark vision, you think you see something. There is something behind that pile of rubble. Maybe multiple somethings.
Ugh. Crap, I spelled it wrong. Gosh dang it, I can't spell today. Multiple. Jeez. All right, so I am going to do Aquila and tell her to like come closer, that we can both go investigate this pile of rubble together.
I was gonna say, it's like you can technically just mouth it at her, because I think she did tell you that she can read lips.
Yeah. Well, can you wait? How far are you from me?
I mean, I have a light,
holofire
remember?
Okay. I'm gonna mouth to Aquila that there is a pile of rubble ahead with multiple somethings hiding behind it. So let's go check it out. I think you're muted.
Yeah, I just realized that. I was like, I guess I would move up to where Tali is, just, carefully.
Okay. Let me just... Okay. And... do that here. And one more thing for me to note.
Mm-hmm.
Do that, and we got
Waiting for bad stuff.
here, and let's go here. Okay, so actually, let me move this. Okay, we're just going to map modifications on the fly. I think are a lot easier in person with an actual map board. At least for me, because I'm old school. But we would be likewise stopped while I draw on a board or draw on a screen. So, okay, you two. What's the plan? The two of you are just continuing to walk forward ahead of the group to check out what's going on?
Probably stealth.
I'm holding a light.
Mm-hmm.
Turn it off and follow.
Well, I can't see in the dark.
Okay, yeah.
Either
okay,
there's
yeah, let's
light
go
or
and see.
there's or Aquila, or you're gonna have to go without Aquila.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, let's just go.
They say in silence to each other, 80 feet in front of the person at the very back of the group, who continues walking at a 20-foot pace between everybody.
Yeah. I mean, I was coming up to where Tali was. I didn't realize she was going to keep walking forward. So I thought she wanted a bit more light to see.
You guys tell me.
So yeah, can I see more than that?
I stopped you. I stopped you right at the edge of your dark vision and told you. What
Yeah,
you
but then I've come up with the light.
Her dark vision extends beyond the light of your.
Yeah, but wouldn't my light mean that hers is extended further?
No.
Okay.
And I guess we can just.
Or
walk
if
up
so,
and...
not by enough to make a difference. At this
that
distance.
I can go with.
We can just carefully walk up. Got my shield ready.
Probably gonna stay like 5 feet back.
Yeah, that's fine. I just don't want to be completely alone.
Oh, I see.
Materials. Okay, hollow fire.
If I remember correctly, your hollow fire was the same thing as a torch.
I thought it was.
20-foot bright, 20-foot dim.
Okay.
And dark vision is 60 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So. I think the only thing that would help is getting colors in 40 feet.
Yeah.
as opposed to gray.
So the two of you continue forward, Aquila hanging back 5 feet or so.
Mm-hmm. So there's still a little bit of distance between us.
Tali, how close do you want to get to this pile of rubble?
I'm gonna say like 30 feet, and then see if I can see anything else.
Okay. Yeah, that puts it within
More
the
detail.
dim light radius of the hollow fire. So you walk forward, just at the edge of the dim light radius of the hollow fire. You walk forward and you realize the pile of rubble is actually, it looks like it was from a wall that was built and actually busted in. You can see there's large rocks or other chunks of plaster that are scattered about the floor, moving forward from this uneven break in what looks to be an actually man-made wall at the end of this pressed dirt tunnel. And behind that,
what direction has this tunnel seemed to be going? Has it been going towards the mound?
now that you ask, yes, it has indeed been moving towards the mound.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I suspected it might be, but it's especially with that, it's like, so has this been going towards the mound? Okay.
Behind that pile of rubble,
that.
do you not care what's behind the pile of rubble?
I just I can wait. Yeah, go ahead.
Behind that pile of rubble, you see multiple humanoid figures.
Dangerous? Hostile?
Make a perception check.
Cool. Ooh.
Okay. It didn't make a noise for me. 25, yes, you notice. You can see 2, maybe 3 of a row of what looks to be humanoid figures. It looks like they're standing in profile to you, and you get the faintest glint of some sort of metal coming off of the dim blue illumination from the hollow fire. They look humanoid in shape and size, wearing metal. They don't seem to be moving.
Okay, I'm thinking they're statues. So this rubble, though, was it behind the wall, on our side of the wall, or on the other side of the wall?
On the
like which way
other side of the wall.
Break?
It looks like the tunnel led here, and they broke through the wall into this chamber.
Okay, just making sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell Aquila that there's like 2 or 3 of them, possibly wearing armor. I see some metal, but they're not moving. So maybe they're statues. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna. Well, I'm not saying that out loud. I'm mouthing to her.
Did anyone inform Ander or those behind him? I don't think so.
Yeah.
So the rest of them are slowly continuing to move forward.
Yeah.
We let them catch up.
They won't. That's when I was like, look back and sort of motion for Ander to come forward.
At no point were we trying to stealth, so I guess I would have been like, call back. What's going on? Do you just me or?
Well, everyone would be good.
All right, I guess. Call back. Omen, Sevki. I think they found something. Y'all didn't say shit. Y'all just went ahead. I don't know.
Yeah, and we didn't say anything. Called you up either.
So,
would take that as a cue.
Walk up.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'll walk up too.
Okay.
The group
And I'm
is
gonna let them know
scrunched
about
together, single file, about 30 feet from where this wall was busted in.
I'm gonna let them know about the pile of rubble and humanoids behind it that may or may not be statues and may or may not be wearing armor.
I doubt they're statues.
So, I mean, they're staying pretty still. Did they look like they started moving at all when Ander or Sevgi and Omen?
No.
They're still not moving. Oh yeah,
I'm still going to doubt they're statues until I see it up close.
So, quick question. Between being Elven, or part Elven and from Etria, and any research I might have done possibly on Etrian culture after encountering, the living princess,
Mm-hmm.
would I know anything about burial traditions? Sorry, yes, Estia.
I wasn't going to say it.
Too close. It's easy to get those two mixed up. Is there a check I could make on burial traditions? Because I'm thinking like the Chinese tradition of putting terracotta statues of warriors in a tomb. This is a warrior princess.
I'm trying to remember if you ever did any specific research on burial practices of the Etrian Kingdom.
I feel like I did research on like the history of the king. I don't know if I did anything specific on burials, so I'm trying to figure. That's what I was saying between culture, just Elven culture, and finding stuff out while doing other research.
Make a history check. Make a history check.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently you didn't come across much. There is some correlation between Genovian burial practices going back to Genovite times that are likely, adaptations of Etrian or even earlier native Elven cultures. But I mean, the burial mounds make sense. There is probably some sort of tomb down here, likely has multiple rooms, being that it's a warrior princess, and reputed to be the site, or at least nearby the site of a historic battle. Could have remains of soldiers or weapons or siege equipment or something in it, but you don't have any real specifics of burial practices.
Okie.
I think we're going to have to get closer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my next.
Right. Move, Tally, you're in front.
Oh. Well, okay. Dang. All right, now start moving.
Okay.
I should point out, I want it to be known, because Omen stayed 20 feet behind the rest of the group, because we are still in a tunnel that has collapsed twice, and just because we have found something of interest doesn't mean that this part of the tunnel isn't also going to potentially collapse on us. So,
all right, very good.
Omen hasn't seen
those collapses were traps.
Yes.
You still have 30 feet left of this tunnel to go. So the four of you continue moving forward while Omen cautiously remains 20 feet behind.
I was still staying a little bit behind Dolly. Not much, but a little bit.
Any additional precautions of any kind you would like to mention?
Omen draws his sword. The moment that Ander said, I think they found something, Omen drew his sword.
Yeah, it's like I've...
Okay.
Definitely.
Tally's got her hammer out.
Okay. Moving forward, lights still active, clomping and tromping and scraping through this tunnel. You continue towards the breach. And as you do so, despite making plenty of noise in the process, none of these figures move. As you approach, though, you begin to see more figures. They line up deeper beyond into this room, and you can see to their sides even more creatures. Or figures of some kind. Let me check something real quick. I need to turn that on. And then I need to go here and do we'll do that. Okay. And call this the opening. Okay. So I do that. Let me make sure everything is on the right layer. Oh, back in the days when I could just lay cardboard on a map.
We'll get back to that eventually.
Soon.
I don't know about soon, but eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Hopefully soon.
Okay, so
Safely soon. Not.
let me drag everyone over here.
No, I don't want to go.
Well, then you are free to turn back now.
I was trying you dragging us over places.
Okay, so Aquila stays behind.
No, she doesn't.
Then it was Ander. Why are these squares so small? That was Sevgi.
While we're waiting, does it just... Those figures, they just smell of, like, dirt and whatnot?
Make another smell check. With a 14, it is very dry air, very stale, musky. You'd say. You don't really pick up on much distinctiveness when it comes to a scent. Between all of the scents around you, you don't perceive anything further beyond of note.
Yeah.
No.
That's fine.
So, I
need to be ready for a no if I'm going to roll.
think I have everything where it needs to be in the right layer. Let's move you guys over here. You will have to scroll down.
Oh, I see. I mean, I don't see.
Right.
Okay, I've scrolled down, but oh, there we are.
It's
see
real far down.
circles?
Oh, I don't like how that looks.
Do you see any circles?
No.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
no
Things
circles.
are working. That squiggle is the breach, and I presume you can see your figures.
I see
Yes.
mine.
Okay.
And Ander
Mine.
and Tali. I don't see anyone else's.
Yeah.
They're probably going to come up behind us at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Assume.
There we go.
Well, you know what happens when you assume.
I surely do.
Your advisor turns into a green dragon.
Are the icon shoes not
No.
representative of what's actually in the room?
I don't know. Don't worry about it.
No, now I'm worried about
Oh
it.
no, I'm a little worried about it.
Anytime you say that, I start to worry about it.
All right.
So you move forward, and actually, let me throw this. That might mess things up. I got a new camera, and I don't think I put it over on the combat. No, I did. Look at that. We're all in the right boxes. Cool. My background disappeared, but that's fine. I'm just in a black void at the moment.
Oh,
So,
Much
yes,
like me.
we are in a chamber. Tali leading the way, Keela a little bit behind, and the rest of the group further beyond. You make your way to the breach in this wall, and you can peer out into the darkness, and you see row after row after row of armored humanoids of some kind. If they are actually flesh and blood, they are very well preserved, or they might be. You're still dealing with low light and not a lot of direct inspection, whether they be statues or something else, or actually people. You're not sure, but you do see rows and rows of humanoid figures adorned in intricate, if time-worn, bronze armor. Each of them holding a bronze tip spear and a round shield.
So to start with, I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
I also would like to ask Tali to set light on me so I can put the hollow fire away, because I suspect I might need my swords, both of them out.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay. So a brighter, more yellow-white light illuminates from
She can make
something
it whatever
on Keela.
color she wants.
That is true.
Yep, I'm gonna make it like a light forest green, like my background over here.
Okay.
How about not? Because that sounds kind of sickly.
Yeah, it's fine. It's pretty. Look at it. It's natural.
So
That's
underground,
sunlight.
surrounded by potentially zombies, a sickly green light spreads out through the area.
Thank you.
Forest green light, dang it.
Sickly green. In this context, it's gonna look sickly
Forest
if it's green.
Forest green.
You can pretend all you want.
Ander, you turn on your detect magic and look about. Where you are, looking about the place, you don't immediately notice anything beyond the usual magic sources usually around your group.
Okay, whenever we get in the room, like whenever the statues are in range, that's kind of what I'm focused on.
Sure.
I'm just gonna scooch in and stand like right here on the wall.
Okay.
So let everyone else in too.
You can actually see
Sorry.
even more of these individuals of whatever kind are actually standing stiff, backs right up against the walls. So as you get out of this breach in the wall, actually in the square you are in, there is another one of these figures, but they're pressed right up against the wall, and I didn't want to put all of those figures in there because that was already a lot of work doing that.
Yeah.
Well, how are we supposed to move?
Okay.
This room is crowded with figures, but you are standing right next
guess
to
I'll
one of these, so
stand.
if you want to further investigate, you may do so.
I guess I
guess
will.
I'll move in
Oh, yeah.
too.
Would that be investigation check, I assume?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Bog standard.
It was
That's a
blooping
10.
for me earlier. I don't know why it's not notifying me now.
It doesn't
with a
poop if you're
10,
on the. I don't know.
with a 10, yeah, you can see that these are very well preserved individuals, unless they are extremely intricately crafted, doppelgangers of some kind. Do you touch them?
No.
Okay.
I do
They,
not.
yeah,
My hands off.
they look elven. They are wearing a helmet, so you can't see their ears, but judging by the location and the sharpness of their features, you can deduce they're probably elven. They are wearing bronze armor. Each of them adorned with stamped abs in the breastplate. Different designs etched into the collar of it. Plumage on the shoulder pieces. The helmet is fairly simple, though it does come to a slight point that dips back. There are actually what are probably leather bracers and sandals. They look very dry and cracked, and you suspect if you touch them, they will completely fall apart. But they were left in an open, dry, underground room, so there really wasn't much to erode them. And likewise, the wood on the staff of their bronze-tipped spear looks old and worn, but it's still there. There is not a lot
How
of
big
color.
are the shields?
The shields are probably they're round shields. They are.
Are they like Hoplon shields?
They're a little bit smaller than Hoplons. Hoplons were fairly big shields.
They were, yeah.
These are a little bit shorter, a little bit smaller.
Okay. I know that doesn't mean
Yeah,
anything
if I
to
have
you
to
guys.
destroy these undead. I was just thinking, though, if I have to destroy these undead, then Maxim's gonna like pants or something.
You can also tell that on the inside of the shield. What did you get? A 10? That's not enough to see on the inside of the shield. You do see there is actually a short sword to each of their sides, in case they need to use a sword instead of a spear for reach reasons. And there's not a lot of color to these individuals, whatever that means.
I mean, they haven't seen sunlight in like thousands of years, probably. So
Yeah, they're just super pale. They need to get out of the
1500.
sunshine.
yeah, yeah.
Have a picnic
Well,
or something.
1,000+ years then. Yeah.
All right, magic vision, come in.
Are we actually moving our? Okay, I wasn't sure if we were actually treating this like an actual battle map.
We don't need to worry about moving people unless you guys really want to be that specific.
I really don't.
Yeah, you guys can just tell me what you want to do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of walking up to the breach in the wall, probably at the moment right between Aquila and Tali, and stopping there for a second, since that should bring those first couple of statues into my range, and seeing if I'm getting anything off them.
You make a perception check. Or make an arcana check. My mistake. You pick up the faintest level of a necromantic aura on each of them.
Interesting.
has to be a way through them because others clearly made it.
I mean, there's I assume a 5-foot space in between each of them.
Just about, yeah.
So we're going to be squeezing through.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying not to touch anybody. Just in case.
Yeah, good luck with that.
So as the rest of the group files into this room, Omen, that does leave you enough space to still cautiously make your way to the breach.
Mm-hmm.
If there's anything you would like to add to this.
Obviously these things haven't attacked any of my comrades yet.
They are, in fact, pointing... It's probably just easiest
The other way?
if I draw a line. Am I on the right layer? I presume. Yeah, they are looking...
Oh.
in that direction.
Just real quick, in between, before I forget the question. When you say there's not a lot of color to them, are you talking like just the skin, or like everything seems to?
Yeah, the skin is the skin, if it is skin, is
Right.
gray and dusty. The plumage on their shoulders and whatever cloth that was beneath their armor looks incredibly faded to really just a dark beige
Okay.
sort of.
So it is everything.
And their bronze armor, while it isn't scuffed or anything, it looks like just over time the polish has just slightly worn. It's not as shiny, but it is still a vibrant bronze.
Okay. Well, my first instinct is to
Go where
see
they're
what-
looking.
Yes.
That's mine too.
So, shall we?
Yes. Carefully.
Yes. Each
Okay.
of these things has a very slight aura of necromancy to them.
I will tell you when I'm shocked about that.
Could be for preservation. I mean, clearly.
Yes, I just don't know if it is just preserving a body that is just a dead body, or if it is preserving it
Or
as a
use.
defensive measure.
Mm.
So yes, I suppose we should be very careful not to touch or do anything else that might set them off,
Okay.
and possibly look for any traps.
Yeah, let's do that
Ancient
as well.
Princess's burial tomb seems like the kind of thing you'd want to keep looters out of.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So your plan is to follow the gaze of these soldiers.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Moving carefully and checking for traps.
Somebody roll me an investigation check.
Does it need to be whoever's in front, or?
I guess I'm in the front.
Yes, if you are continuing single file, it will be whoever is in front.
Yep, I guess Dolly then.
Okay. Not gonna give yourself.
Cool.
No, you can't really do guidance, can you? Not for
No.
extended use.
No.
Oh, hey though.
Okay.
Okay.
You didn't
Yeah,
need it.
19.
You move forward to what you see as the corner of this room, and you don't notice anything
Okay.
extra out of
Then
the
we go up.
ordinary.
Yeah, time to head up.
This might seem pedantic at this point, but if I were to be buried with my men in front of me, they would be facing intruders. Perhaps we should
Ah,
venture the other way.
you have a point.
Or maybe they're looking towards the burial chamber to await the return.
Well, but we don't see anything on this side, so.
Like I said, let's head north. Or up, because I don't know what north is.
Map north.
Yes.
I'm kind of actually with Omen on this one, just because I'd rather not cross in front of their gaze, if possible.
Okay.
Call it superstition.
That also
Paranoia.
briefly occurred to me,
Yeah.
except for, and he'll point to the ones that are lining the sides of the walls that we've already walked past.
Yes, I realize that. There's just something different about having a small army watching you.
Let me actually clarify something. We'll
The ones
use
on the
this
walls
brown
facing
color.
the way to-
There are soldiers lining this wall. However, when you get to this corner, you don't see any soldiers lining the map east or the map west wall.
Mm.
Interesting.
And
I
just a
will
thought.
say, actually, you did step out and can see the. I didn't realize I didn't cover that back wall. There was a back wall back there.
Ah.
Okay.
Fog of War can be
Oh.
stingy sometimes. And
Okay.
there was, in fact, more of these statues, more of these soldiers, whatever they may be, lining that back wall.
Well, I guess we'll go up the way Taylor was saying then.
Yeah.
Helps when we can see everything we can
Yeah.
see.
Sorry.
As we're walking, is there anything on the walls of this chamber, mural-wise? Since I know
There,
that was a big part of previous places we've been.
Mm-hmm.
aside from the soldiers, there are shields placed between each of them, and between every few, you see a few swords, you see a few spears, you see some old-looking bows. The string has worn away, even without being. Some of the string
These are
has
between
worn
the
away.
figures on the wall. These are between the figures on the wall.
Yes.
Okay.
No big
Not
fancy
a lot
murals.
of not a lot of ornamentation behind these figures. Up on the sort of a what do they call that, molding, there is a usual
Crown
Etrian
mold.
sort of geometric squiggle that goes about the top corner of the wall, but there isn't an intricate mural like in
Okay.
in other Etrian ruins you've been at.
Quintiama.
In Quentiamas, yeah. But that was only in a specific chamber.
That wasn't
Fair.
two of them. But that's not the point. Yeah. Okay. So I guess we're heading up.
Up which side?
West.
Okay,
Map
the
west.
the way you were going. Okay.
We're going, yeah, up the west, north of the west side, whatever,
West Side Story.
northwest.
You can continue moving up. Yes. Let's drag some of you people up along. We're not really going with space by space movement, but just so I know everybody's moving up in that general direction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can make your way up this side of the wall. At this point, all of these figures are facing in your direction. They are looking directly at you as you are slowly moving up the wall, until you get to a door. When I say door, it is what looks like a solid slab of stone that has been cut and fitted very precisely into the carved out pointed archway of this wall, lined with support stones that have been carved in, again, more of those or Etrian geometric figures.
I was gonna say, does it look like that sliding door from back in Quintiama's place?
Make an investigation check.
Okay, I will do that.
And
Oh,
you said
sorry.
the figures are
It was
looking
13
for-
either way, though, so.
You don't notice any indentations anywhere.
Okay.
It looks like a solid slab of stone.
Okay. Well, then I guess
It is
maybe we check.
actually carved to look like what a wooden door would look like. With there's a groove down the center and some sort of carved out indentations and patterns, and it even carves out what looks like to be some lattice work of a window, but it is just a solid slab of stone.
Okay, well, maybe we check north, see if there's anything up there before coming back to this and trying to break through, because that might set them off.
Is there what looks like a candle carved into it?
A candle.
It's carved look like if it's looked to carve like a if it's carved to look like a door.
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh, I thought he said candle,
yeah,
too.
I heard.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was very confused, too.
Yes, there is a indentation, a small depression depiction of a handle. Yes.
You said there weren't any indentations.
I just described a whole bunch of indentations.
Yeah, but at first you said there weren't.
There was no indentations around the side when you were looking for
Oh,
grooves
okay.
for.
Okay. Sorry, I understand now.
And since it probably has not been more than 10 minutes since we've just walked around this room,
It is not magic.
nothing matched. Okay, just making sure.
Mhm.
Trying to
Yep.
think of things.
Yep. Good idea.
Yeah, I suppose for now we can keep just moving along. Though, if we need to go to this door, I would say actually first just maybe try the handle.
Yeah, but let's see if there's another way that may be open first.
Yeah, fair.
So
I'm down with
heading
this room in
north.
general.
Yeah.
The other three good with his plan? Circumnavigate the room?
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm also going to keep an eye on the undead peeps.
Yeah, I mean, they're keeping plenty of eyes on
Dead
us.
preserve. Yep, I'm going to watch them right back.
I feel like Omen's the background squared off with one of them.
Just try me. Try me.
Come at me.
Do
Come
it.
at me.
I dare
Make
you.
my day.
Would make his day.
You can move up to the next corner of the room. Again, there are more of these soldier figures lining this wall as well. Continuing to circumnavigate.
Yeah. Might as well try it.
I will say.
Yeah.
There we go. You do get to the edge there, and the soldiers continue to wrap around.
Ah, okay.
The rest
It's
of
like,
that
what
wall.
the hell is
Yeah.
that?
Oh.
There is,
The
however,
door
you
up
see
there.
another similar door, another stone slab, very much like the other one.
Okay. Well, since we're here, you want to try the handle?
Do we want to do this one, or do we want to go through the one that's...
Well, why not try this one since we're standing here right now?
I suppose.
So by
We,
handle, I mean there is like a centimeter depression of a circle.
My thought was literally just to, like, put a finger, hand, or something where the thing is, and see if, though I guess if it's not magical, that probably,
I
never
was
mind.
hoping it was a hidden switch or something.
If they took the time to intricately carve it like a door, that would be a possible thought is, oh,
last thing I heard was "oh."
I don't
That
remember
was
where.
the last thing
it
he
was.
said.
Oh, okay.
Um,
It looked like he kept talking after that. So
though, before we do try and go open this door, is it possible to get close enough to uncover that last little area?
Sure. You want to continue?
Just because,
In the back.
even if it's just one of us, just to see, make sure there wasn't anything we were missing at this
Your
point.
gamer showing.
Cover the whole map.
Fine.
It's not a criticism.
I was
Okay.
thinking the
I
same
do the same thing.
honestly.
I was like, I do the same thing, which is why I was saying it's like your gamer showing.
Yeah, I guess we can try the door we're at and see if it does anything.
Yeah.
So if I touch the indentation where a door handle is, does anything happen?
Reach out and press against it. With how much force are you doing? So
Not a ton,
you
because
press against it and nothing happens.
okay.
Does it look like this door, like sides or any like kind of marks on the ground to show that it moves at all or has moved recently?
Make an investigation check for this door.
Ooh,
And-
I'm using a lot of investigation today. Ooh,
You really are.
15. Yeah. never use
With
investigation.
this, you can see this door isn't as straight as the one on the other wall. You can see it looks like there are 4 sort of scrapes or chips in different sides of the door. And there's some scraping on the stonework at the base of this door.
Okay, yeah, so the
So-
door clearly opens.
When you say it's not as straight, like I'm guessing it's
It's been
in
moved
the
and
door
put
frame at
back.
an angle. Yes. Let me finish my thought.
All right.
Is it angled kind of towards the other side of what would, like the wall, like the other side of the door? So if you have the door frame, okay, that's a terrible idea actually. Like, does it look like it's kind of angled in the way we would be trying to go? Like slightly, if it's not straight.
I mean, if it's normally straight like this, if it's moved, there's only so much depth I can make
Right.
with this. I mean, one
Sure.
side is more towards you, and one side is more towards the whatever is on the
Oh.
other side of this room. So
Okay, so it's not
Okay.
straight at the center point. Like it is, looks like it's slightly turned
Like, tilted.
on the
Not
very
tilted,
center of the axis.
No, like it swung.
sure. Yeah,
is it?
Oh.
The question is it turned
Right.
on its vertical axis or
it
the
looks
horizontal?
yes, it
axis?
looks like
Oh,
it's tilted
I
on
misunderstood
its vertical axis from the apex of that point on the door, not as if it was from the side swinging
from the
like this.
side.
It does not have hinge
Okay,
or anything. Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So
And only just barely off center.
Like someone went through it, tried to close it behind them, and just didn't quite get it right. In my head, not
So
expecting
then-
confirmation.
could we try pressing on one side of the door? Like giving a good hard.
And I would say press on the side that is slightly away from us.
us? Yeah, that's what I. Okay, gonna as in, but by press I mean push.
Okay. Make an athletics check.
I've been doing so well at those today.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, you brace yourself and put an arm up and get ready to just heave into it. And you do so. It does
And-
begin turning. And eventually gets pushed off that axis and begins to fall into the chamber.
Oh shoot.
There's not much to grab onto. The
Yeah, I
indents
figured.
are only, like I said, a centimeter or less in there. If you want to try to catch it, that's going to be difficult, but you can make a strength saving throw.
I was just trying to spin it, not push it out.
How the hell are these doors supposed to work?
There wasn't any like steel beam in the center holding it up. It was just held by the friction on the sides, as
Oh.
if a piece of stone was just laid in front.
Hmm.
Interesting.
I'm not gonna. So probably. It's probably too heavy for me.
Okay,
Um,
you allow it to continue spinning. It gets out of your control. There's not much to hold on to. It
Is there any way that I
swings
can sort of try to
forward.
push it towards the wall as it's falling away?
That will be a lower difficulty strength saving throw.
Okay. That's.
You try to push with that momentum to get it all the way back towards the other side of the wall. However, it took all the strength you had just to dislodge it from this spot, and you were taken aback by it shifting its weight and falling. You do push a little bit more, and it actually causes the bottom inward tip of it to swing up and out. It slams hard against part of the wall on that side, part of the ground on that side, flips up and sort of kicks out inward towards the room, the next closest person being Ander.
Oops.
Make a dexterity
Oh,
saving throw.
God. I wasn't trying to hurt Ander. I was expecting to get hurt.
A dex saving throw?
Yes.
Sorry.
Would it not be me because I was the one investigating the door?
Ander moved up and was the last person to really start handling it, so I'm going to say he was closest at
Okay.
that point.
Sure.
13 is actually enough to just barely jump backwards. You actually stumble back on a piece of. Actually, there's really no rubble in this room. You just lose your balance as you quickly throw yourself backwards and plop down on your ass right in front of one of these figures, which is just standing there. But with a super loud noise, crash against the wall and the floor. It tumbles forward and slams down again. A crack moves through this stone and a few pieces break off.
You would think you had rolled a 1 on that.
I know.
Imagine if you
I
did roll
Definitely
one.
didn't.
I would have killed you.
Okay.
There goes our stealth. Not that we had.
We
any in the
weren't
first place.
stealthing.
You weren't stealthing anyway.
As I
but-
said, not that we had any in the first place. There goes
Well.
all chance of stealth.
If there's anyone else here, I think they're probably aware of us now.
Probably.
So
I'm more
guess-
concerned about the figures around us.
Do they seem to be moving at all?
At this second, just as all this noise is happening, there is no movement from them. Nope.
I guess
At this
pause for a
second.
second after the door does its
You
thing.
stop, and or I assume you scramble to your feet cautiously, keeping an eye on the multiple figures around you. They don't
Yes.
shift.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Let's get going.
Don't
Yeah, we
understand
should
how the
probably-
doors in Etria were supposed to work.
What?
Well, I mean, isn't it a tomb? I guess the doors aren't supposed to open.
This isn't a residential area.
No, there, but there's weird doors in the other one too. Penny ass doors.
Looking
I don't know.
forward,
Also,
you
how
see
did a bunch of wizards get through here?
Try here, Jack.
with
Maybe
a
they-
with a higher level of intelligence. Yeah, you peer down past this door. You see a 20-foot dark, dusty hallway.
I've got a light.
And there is another. You actually can see a little bit beyond there because the door on that side is shifted and propped up against the other wall.
Nice.
Well, I suppose, do we keep moving forward?
We might as well at this point. Me?
Should probably keep
Yeah,
looking
move
for
ahead.
traps just in case A,
Yeah,
there were
definitely.
any that they didn't trigger, or B, they set any behind them.
Yeah, no, we should definitely keep
Yeah.
looking for traps.
How
Yeah.
large is the stone door that has fallen back into this chamber?
It's
That I could lift up and prop against the wall so it isn't just on the ground.
I mean, now that it's in multiple pieces, yeah.
You didn't catch the part where it shattered.
Yeah, it cracked into, and then more smaller pieces fell off from some of the sides. Yeah, this door is busted.
Gotcha. I will go back to following.
Okay,
At least it'll make it easier to get out through it,
sure.
Yeah.
theoretically.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll have to get out.
Yeah. I mean,
Let's actually. I think this is a good place to pause for a break
Mhm.
because it's about that time. So before we get
Yep.
into whatever is up ahead, let's take our break.
Yeah.
All right.
Right. Snack time.
So we'll be right back. Presumably, the party just safely traveled past a room filled with what looks to be 100 or so, probably more, humanoid soldier statue creature things, and make a whole bunch of ruckus, and didn't really do anything. So I guess we're going to continue forward. So let's just hang out for 10 minutes or so. Get up, stretch your legs, get a drink, roll some hit dice. Not you guys, you don't get any hit dice. And we'll be back in
Aw.
10 minutes.
Darn.
I'm joking.
All right, we are back for the second half of this episode of the People's Ascension. If you are just tuning in, or took a break on the YouTube video and are just coming back to it, quick recap of the earlier half of the session. They descended down into the hole dug into the ground, previously hidden inside one of the tents under a bed, made their way through a narrow, very shoddily dug tunnel. Some zombies jumped out at them, buried a couple people in the earth. That ate up some time and some hit points as they dug people out and smashed some zombies. They followed their way through and made themselves into this room, lined with rows and rows and rows of presumably ancient Etrian soldiers or the recreations of them. They found one door, decided to continue on past it to a second door deeper into the room, which Aquila pushed out of its place, and it broke and slammed into pieces into the ground, this big heavy door, causing quite a crash. And that's where they are right now. You guys are looking down this 20-foot hallway. You can see just past it as part of the next door on the other end of the hallway has been pushed out and scraped over onto one side of the wall. So I throw it back to you.
I guess let's go.
I really want Andrew to make a joke like, well, they were able to do it. I guess more accurately, how the hell did they do it? But yeah, I guess.
We can ask. I was like, that's something we can ask them later.
Alright, yeah, I guess keep moving down the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Out for traps.
Yeah, definitely looking up for traps.
Okay. Roll another investigation. Whoever's taking the lead.
I mean, I guess I probably am, since I was the one who pushed the door.
Able to do it.
So hopefully, it wasn't terrible.
Okay.
All right. So, okay. Yeah, you can get down this hallway with no difficulties. That large stone slab that worked as a door is covering up about half of this doorway, so there's about 2 feet, which is more than enough for you guys to squeeze through if you would like to without moving it.
Yes.
Okay, heading on inside. Again, just moving your pieces up for ease of use. Just to make sure everyone's still with us. Omen, you still bringing up the rear?
Yep.
Hanging back a bit?
I'm not hanging back as far now because we're in presumably a structurally integral place.
Okay. So, Aquila, you're still shining bright.
Yep. Thanks to Tali's cantrip.
Some of this.
Who knew how useful that was going to be?
I'm just going to wing it and say you see about that much. You break into this room, or calmly walk into this room.
Break into.
I walked in.
I don't know
Thank
if you
you
can
very
see
much.
that sliver there. Let me just... Because it was just a sliver hiding the last wall, so let me make sure you can see that wall.
Thank you.
Yeah, over on the corner nearest to you, about 10 feet from there, you do see an opening, actually.
Okay.
Or an opening that is covered by a wood and bronze riveted gate that is covering it. Whether it drops down, lifts up, or goes side to side, you haven't investigated yet. But it is lattice work, so you can see through it. On either side of that gate, or actually not on either side, on the opposite side from whence you stand, you see a large iron spiky wall on a hinge.
No.
Ah.
Okay.
It's a trap.
But it's from the other side.
You also this brown square here is actually
Yeah.
an old chariot.
An old chariot.
An old chariot.
Okay.
It has two large wheels on the front and two smaller wheels on the back. The large wheels have what looks like a spearhead sticking out the axle of each of them. They are they sort of swoop forward into a curve and end with a griffin head at the front. And it looks like there's an indentation on either side where perhaps they could lay down a spear.
So those are what, battle chariots as opposed to
Battle
just
chariots, yeah.
the sport chariots.
Right. These look like battle chariots. Or this looks like a battle chariot. The walls in this room are actually adorned in a fresco, a very intricate fresco. It has lost most of its color, but because it's just been an open, stale air room, there hasn't been much degradation at all.
Right.
You can see, at least from where you are standing, the two walls that you can see are covered in an extremely intricate, with multiple layers of depth, depiction of what must be the Etrian army. You see rows and rows of soldiers, because depth and perspective weren't as well practiced at the time. They are slightly elevated behind, and you just see staggered rows and rows and rows and rows of soldiers. You can see siege equipment behind them. You can see archers and other skirmishers towards the front, and more heavily armored
Is it
soldiers
as
towards the
stylized
back.
as like Egyptian is?
Being somebody who knows more Roman, Etrian, and Greek, and less about Egyptian, I couldn't say.
I was just saying, is it as stylized as opposed to the more realistic Roman depictions? I'm sorry, I asked the wrong question.
Yeah, I don't know much about Egyptian artwork at the very least. I mean, it is a bit more. I mean, yeah, Egyptian is really hieroglyphs, and there's only so much depth to. I mean, it's a bit more sophisticated.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's the one where they're always standing in profile.
No, they are not. They're not in profile.
Because they didn't have an idea of how to really do depth and perspective.
Etruscan and Greek than it does.
I was about to ask them. I was about to ask if it was more like that.
But leaving real-world history aside, because it may not be relatable, you do see this depiction of what looks like a whole army outfitted with various different types of troops, cavalry, siege equipment. You can actually see depicted towards the top giant eagle and griffin riders. And at the very top, you see what looks like the depiction of a storm cloud with various bolts of lightning that are coming down in places.
Ender, get in here.
Every now and then, when the depiction of a soldier, every now and then, a depiction of the soldier lines up with where a weapon is actually physically embedded into, or at least held in a rack or a sconce or whatever you want to call it, actually on the wall, where they would be mainly spears for the frontline skirmishers, sometimes arrows. Towards the further up on the wall, where it is depicted further back troops, you start seeing swords and shields and whatnot. And it looks like it's hard to make out. The feathers of the eagles and the griffins look like they were stylized, perhaps even at one point containing actual feathers. Long since decayed and went to dust. But the texture of it, of where they were laid in the clay, remains.
Yeah, sort of the imprint's still there. And you probably want to see this.
Aquila, make a dex save.
Shit.
How do I do this? I need to click this button, and then I need to click this button. Yes, I did that correctly. Okay. Then I need to, good, that stays like that. And I should have this pulled up over here. No, it didn't stay up, or I closed it. Stand by as I virtually reference a book. Because Aquila, as you turn around to call Ander forward, to motion him forward, you get shot in the back of the shoulder with an arrow. A wide, spade, bronze-tipped arrow. And it does some amount of damage to you, which I'm going to tell you just about right now. It does... there it is. Yeah, it rolled low. You take 1 point of piercing damage. As you are shot rather weakly. It just gets through your armor.
I was say it just grazed. Well, remember she doesn't wear sleeves, so she just grazed her.
Yeah, just grazes where your sleeveless armor doesn't protect. Clatters off of you and hits into the wall. But you were shot.
Yep. So immediately be looking back. Like, where did that come from? Because I can sort of get a relative idea of the direction based on where it hit me.
Back in the darkness. Towards a more or less perpendicular vector.
Okay, so you're saying I basically turned all the way around to...
You turned around to talk to Ander, and you were shot in the shoulder. So back further in the room, depending on how deep the room goes. I mean, the further you go, the larger the vector increases.
So I was like, maybe don't come in.
We see or hear the arrow impact.
Aquila probably grits her teeth, and then you do hear a slight clattering against the stonework.
What's going on?
Arrows. So how big is that chariot?
Chariot-sized. I mean, it looks like it holds 2 people easily, 4 people if they're crammed, so...
Oh, I was more asking, it's like, so if I... Sort of, could I get some amount of cover if I tried to go behind it?
Yes. If you crouch all the way down, you'll get 3/4 cover. If you are standing, you'll get half cover.
Okay. Well, then I would try to go over there to get light further in, but to get some cover as well.
Okay, Kilo rushes forward. Okay,
Wither.
of course, that's going to put you behind the drawings on the map.
Yep.
Let's see how. Let's move these back to the map layer. That's how that works.
Yeah.
All right.
Look, guys, I'm in a chariot.
Cool.
So
Let's get over. I want to
Getting-
ride too.
no, I'm
I
trying
will
to see more within the room.
Yes, I will modify that in just a second.
Cool. Well, no, I'm not trying to go
Okay.
anywhere. I'm trying to look while getting cover.
Let's see. Just well, between full and dim light, that's 60 feet, right?
I thought it was
40 feet.
sure.
Say
I don't know.
What are we talking about? The light cantrip?
Yeah.
It's
That's
20.
what I've got now.
20 feet dim, 20 feet, or 20
Right.
feet bright, 20 feet dim.
Yep,
Yeah.
just
Gotcha.
like a torch, just like the Hall of Fires.
Okay, cool. I thought something was 30-30, but maybe not.
There are spells that do.
Yeah, okay.
30.
Too many different light sources.
Yep.
Yep, pretty much.
Okay. Yes, you hop in the chariot, and further into the room, about 30 feet away on a diagonal, you see peeking out of the darkness around it what looks like the tip of another chariot. Other than that, it descends into darkness. Is anyone else following into the room?
And since I can see a little bit further,
So it's like, wow, you guys are just gonna leave me with this.
Keela, you go deal with it. We'll be right here. You got this.
Specifically, she said, "Baby, don't come in."
That is true.
To Ander because he's squishy. Okay, Tolly's in the chariot with me.
Okay, Tali,
Yeah.
you go running forward into the chariot.
Said I was doing it for cover.
yeah. And since I can see, what was it, 60 feet with my dark vision?
Yeah, you can see slightly further.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not
So
hide.
what do I see? What do my elf eyes
Yeah.
see?
It's like, yes, what do your elf eyes see?
You see the rest of the chariot.
So on this
Useful.
side right here, is that just a wall?
Yeah, I was gonna say that didn't expand out
Yeah,
any.
You do expand
side.
a bit out there.
60 more or 60 feet.
Okay, I think I have enough. Could I run to the other chariot?
Give me just a second. Let me check something real quick. So you would like to run to the other chariot. The other chariot is facing towards this chariot. So if you want to stay in, so the cover would be
Oh.
facing the other direction. But you could run forward,
Oh,
and
I was gonna say, I
there's-
don't have to get in
Yeah,
it.
you don't need to get in it. You could just prop yourself up against the side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can certainly do so. Yeah, so
Cool,
we'll
'cause
say.
I think I have the. I was like, I have the movement to make that.
Yeah, yes, you do. So you can certainly do so. You can hop yourself out of this chariot. The weight. No, it's got four wheels. It's not going to displace all that much. You hop your way out of the chariot and dash on over to that other one. And I will modify what you can see in just a moment. So I try to navigate finding a very particular rule in this rule book.
Well, don't worry, I moved myself.
Yep.
So that's one less thing for you to do.
Should be. Not here. Probably back towards here. I don't want to ask for help at the risk of giving anything away. Screw it. I'll just make up a rule. That makes sense. Okay, so...
Cool.
Aquila, as you hop out of the chariot and dash towards the other one, Tali, right next to you, standing about where Aquila was, a spear gets shoved into the back wooden paneling of the chariot, right next to you.
Oh, shoot. I turned and looked to see where it came from.
Did I hear that?
Yeah, with your ears, you would turn around and hear that.
Okay.
I'm going to assume it came from the wall.
Right about
Itself.
over
Is
here, you can see that there is now some sort of weapon holder that is not holding a weapon.
Oh, shit.
Came from the wall.
I figured that one out.
I'm going to yell back.
Don't stay
I guess
still.
not yell, but like... I guess... Well, I'm going to go back to the... I don't know what to do.
Well,
I'm gonna
knowing
run back
that, I think I would hop
and
over.
tell the others.
I think I would hop over the side of the chariot next,
Okay, let me actually...
because
reveal
I
some
suspect
more
that
of
means
this
that there's
map
going to be
for you.
another weapon coming for that.
I'm really just eyeballing it at this point. But let's say you make out about this much more.
Nice.
Those
Things.
green squares are... actually, they don't really need to be green squares, because I can just do something else that makes more sense than green squares. So let me... Can I just do
Nothing
that?
makes more sense than green squares.
Everything makes more sense than green squares.
Did that not go to a different layer? It didn't. Okay, I guess those green squares are permanent.
Yeah. If you merge them with the map, yeah. I mean, I think there are ways around it.
There we go. Okay, so then I need to grab another one of these guys. Put it there.
Ah, shit.
Yes, they are more of these soldier figures.
Are they actually that size?
No, for some reason that one got stretched out.
Okay.
Get back in your square.
Oh, it's all smooshed.
There we go.
Inside those.
They look kind of cute now,
They're trying to kill us.
but they're cute. And we don't know they're trying to kill us yet. We know the walls are trying to kill us. But these
Assume
things
everything in
don't
here is
look
trying to
good.
kill you.
Correct.
For clarification, because I didn't put them on the last map, the walls of this room are not lined in soldiers like the other one. They are just painted on.
Mm-hmm.
But, yes, you past the chariot, you do see more of these soldier figures who are standing just like the other ones. These are actually standing in attack formation. One leg is back, their shield arm is forward, and their spear is raised and ready to push through the shield wall. Not that it's really a shield wall when they're spaced out like that, but they're in attack formation.
Well, a little disconcerting.
Little?
I'm going to tell the rest of the group that
Aquila,
there's
make
weapons shooting out of the wall.
Aquila, make a perception check. Not with advantage. This is just sight.
I figured. Yeah, I figured. Ah.
Yeah, they're more or
I
less
didn't
the same
perceive-
figures.
Sure, there.
Don't worry about it. Okay, continuing forward. Aquila, do you still, run around and hop in the other side of the chariot?
No, I honestly need to get out of the room.
What is everybody else doing?
Trying to figure out what the hell's going on. I just
Because I don't want to drop into initiative.
What?
So it's up to you guys to be proactive, yelling things at me.
Yeah. Well, I did say that there's weapons shooting out of the walls in the next room. We should probably be careful. So.
But don't bother
Yeah.
helping Aquila.
you don't say that. 'Cause you just ran into
I
the
just
room
wanted to
on
let
your
them know that.
instead of coming backwards.
Hey, I'm keeping an eye out for weapons flying at me so that I can, block them with my shield.
I need more monitors.
So I guess dodge action, technically.
You just want to stay where you are and dodge in place.
That's as far as I can get right now. But I do want to check out this other corner over on this side. That's my next destination.
So currently you are just standing there for a little bit, watching and getting ready to bob and weave.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm running back to the hallway, and I can make it with dash.
You're running back. Anything else from Ander and Sevgi, and a little bit further behind Omen, who can lightly make out some amount of what they've been saying. Hey, come on in. Oh, don't come on in. Shit, there's stuff happening.
So
Yeah, no, I will explain what's happening once I got back there. That there are weapons in the walls, and they are, firing.
So I'm gonna cast Detect Magic once again,
Okay.
and getting basically just right at the edge of the door. Are there any of the mounted weapons in range?
Yeah. Yes, they are.
Are any of them pinging?
They do not.
So there'd at least be one of them.
Ander, make a strength check.
Oh fuck. Okay. Check or save?
Check. Okay. Aquila, as you are dashing your way towards this door, Ander, you are lifted off of your feet and thrown into Aquila. Aquila, make a dexterity saving throw. Ander, you take...
Hey, there we go.
Ander.
Uh,
He continues flying.
Ander, you take 11 damage as you are slammed into the near stone-like body of your Goliath companion, who just manages to get out of the way. Ander slams into Aquila's shoulder, causing you to spin, but not necessarily get knocked over. Ander, you slam into her shoulder. It's like hitting the hood of a car. You tumble over her and slam hard onto the ground. You are lifted off your feet and thrown with a force you've never felt into Aquila.
Happening in here.
And quick 360 of the room, there is no physical person in my view, correct?
Make a perception check. There are no signs of a person. You don't see anybody. You cannot even make out the people on the far side of the room. The only people around you are Aquila and Tali. And the people painted on the walls. But they're just painted on the walls.
Can I scent anyone? Other than my usual companions?
Make a smell check.
No.
You don't smell anything out of place. Thoughts from other people?
May I hop off the chariot and stand like right here
Sure.
for a second? Cool, I'm gonna do that.
She's gonna
So I
get
can see
that
what's
corner of the
before
room
her.
even if it kills her.
Just a corner of a room. Who would have thought?
The mural continues around, and I will say, Akila, you were the only one to get this far. But once you get about here on the walls on either side, it stops depicting Etrian-looking soldiers, and instead you see. Well, it still depicts soldiers, Etrian soldiers. However, they are laying on their side, some with weapons sticking out of them.
Are they in the same design as the Etrian soldiers? Or is there
Yes.
any sort of difference?
They
Okay.
look the same. It's just they're turned on their side and they have weapons sticking out of them.
So they're
you can
dead.
see depictions of large eagles and griffins also on the ground with arrows sticking out of them. And then back here, you start seeing similar depiction. However, they are not clad in the same Etrian-looking armor. Some of them are unarmored. They sort of have these stupid faces drawn on, and they look like they're just in rags. Some of them have weapons. Some of them have like a shield that might have like this stupid face painted on it, or like the depiction of poop painted on it or something. One of them has like a really small
Can't figure out what this
flaccid
is.
dick painted on it.
The Empire.
Are they really that, like...
Juvenile?
Yes.
Go
You
back and
should
look
see
at
what some
ancient
of the-
ruins.
Oh, I know. It's when I was like, you should see what ancient graffiti is.
Mhm.
Oh my god. It's the same as it is now, honestly. Lots of dicks and insults and...
Mhm.
So, it's like, yep, no.
Nice.
Really drawing dicks on faces. Wow.
Oh yeah, no.
It's
That
a
hasn't
time-honored
changed.
tradition going back thousands
is.
of years.
Or even just being like, so-and-so was here.
In 4,000 years, the human race has not matured at all.
No.
It's a good thing I already lost all faith in humanity, or this would definitely drop it lower.
Aw, that doesn't ruin my faith in humanity.
So, continuing on,
Yeah.
we have a
Trying to
room where deadly things are flying at each of you. Sometimes, you at each other.
Yeah.
Here now. I
Anything
just
from
want to keep moving.
Sevgi or Omen?
I don't know. I feel like if I stand in one spot for too long.
I know, it's like standing in one place seems like a bad idea.
I'm trying not to call for initiative in the hopes to not draw this out into an entire initiative turn by turn by turn by turn based encounter, whether it be combat or not. So Sevgi, Omen, jump in at any time.
So I do have one quick question that Ander would shout out to Aquila and Tali, since they're the ones that have had things thrown at them.
Technically only me, but yeah.
Didn't Tali get a spear thrown
Whether
at
No,
her?
it
that
was
was
targeting
aimed at
her
me.
or Aquila, you don't know. It came close to both of them. Doesn't matter. You yell out to both of your comrades in this room.
Yeah, go ahead.
What, like, where on the wall, or how high did things hit? Did they both hit at the same level? Or, like, never mind. Anders just going to drop to the ground, essentially.
Okay.
No,
you
they came
drop
from the
prone.
weapons in the wall.
I realize that.
He's asking, I believe what you're asking is if you can quickly try to triangulate where on the wall from the point of impact they were coming from.
Well, and whether they are just getting launched. Originally, I thought it might have been a mechanical thing, though now I'm obviously less sure of that. Because if it was mechanical, it might have just been launching them at a set height wherever they were on the wall. But either way, if it's getting launched, it's probably better to stay low and try and...
I'll say one of them hit Aquila in the shoulder across the room. And another one hit the side of the chariot, which is significantly lower.
Okay. Did they both come from the same direction?
No.
No.
Okay, so it's just everywhere around the room is...
Pretty much, yeah.
You have 2 points of data to reference.
Well, fair. I'm making assumptions. I'm not asking for confirmation.
Just clarifying.
Yeah. How, like, is there any rhyme or reason to the spacing of the weapons on the wall? Like, are they spaced out in a standard amount, or is it just wherever they fit into the painting itself kind of thing?
It's mostly wherever they fit into the painting. It does look like there's more or less a uniformity to it. Every 3-4 feet or so, there's a weapon, but they are also staggered up as the depth, increases, because that's how perspective works back then.
Right. And can I see any empty mounts where weapons recently, or an empty spear mount or sword? No, arrow hit you.
Calm down,
Arrow.
Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew's asking questions. Go back to where you were.
Sorry.
It was okay because I didn't reveal new things.
Yes, whether Tali could point it out towards for you, or if you just look around, there is a missing spear from around right here.
I guess the good news is they don't replenish.
It looks like it came from where the first row would have been depicted holding a spear. So 3 feet off the ground, give or take.
And no magical aura or anything from the spot it was at?
Nope.
Okay.
Let me pause you 3 for a second. The other 2 are who are also playing this game. Presumably.
All right. Yeah. So. Yeah. Again, but
Ask for clarification if there's something you don't understand.
no, there's. I have needs for a conversation after the session, but beyond that,
Okay. I will note that so I don't forget.
how much time has transpired since we have broken into this room?
About 10 seconds. 10, 15 seconds, something like that. I'm trying not to break this down into combat rounds unless that would... I said that last time and it went out of place. I'm trying not to break this into combat. It's been about 15 seconds, give or take.
Okay. In that case, because not nearly as much time has transpired, which I would imagine has transpired.
Maybe close to
given all
30
the actions
seconds.
that have been taken.
Yeah.
Okay. Regardless, I am going to turn and face my attentions to the room that we just came from.
Okay.
To the point where I'm actually going to start investigating the not creature statues that are in here. Like, way more in depth, trying to figure out if they are actually statues or not.
Okay. Thoughts on how you would go about accomplishing...
Just what I'm spending my time doing.
Okay. So you'll go up, you'll look at them more thoroughly, you'll poke them, you'll touch them, you'll pull at their stuff.
Yep.
Okay. Going to multiple of them in the time you have?
Probably.
Okay.
I'm hearing a lot of commotion going on in these seconds. I want to make sure, undoubtedly, that these things aren't going to come alive and lock us into this tomb in a fight that we probably can't win.
Okay.
That is my end goal. I'm making sure that these things aren't going to just kill all of us if we make any more noise than we already have.
Okay. Roll another investigation check with advantage because you are doing this as thoroughly as you can. This is something where the DC will get lower the more rounds, the more time you take on it. Yeah, you can go to a few of these soldiers. You go up; they all look fairly uniform. They look like they're wearing a lot of the same stuff. Maybe not like out the factory because there weren't factories, but it looks like very similar made stuff. They all look very well preserved. They are clearly Etrian. You can actually sort of swivel the helmet around or even take one off, and they have pointed ears. They are elves. They are all different people, and you can touch them. You can poke them. You can even take a knife and try to nick one. There is it seems like heavily cured leather. It looks like at one point they were people, but whatever embalming process, be it natural or arcane, has done a very good job of preserving these individuals. They do have the equipment I stated on there. Behind their shield, they have 2 small daggers also placed behind there that they can get if they are further disarmed from their short sword. All of them are just staring expressionless towards the wall I indicated previously. Ander has already pointed out that the only magic on any of them was a very faint necromantic aura. Given your knowledge in the arcane, that could be how they have been preserved. Whether or not that would animate them, you're not sure. Without expending more specific spells, I don't know if I can give you any more insight in that realm. So I welcome any questions you have. You can also look around them. You don't see that any of the very minor bit of dust has been disturbed around them. You can see... And there really isn't much dust in this room. Because there's not much in this room, and anything that would create dust has been preserved well enough to, not flake off and cause dust, i.e. skin and hair. Yeah, so there's not really dust, but you don't see any scraping of, like, metal on the floor. You don't see any scraping on their boots. You don't see any indication that these creatures have, if they are creatures, have moved in any immediate time. But I welcome more questions.
No, I think that is good enough for what I have been doing while everyone is triggering the Indiana Jones traps in the other room. So.
Okay, that was... Okay, cool. Let me notice that.
Yeah, I will...
Okay.
Once I have concluded this, however long that takes, I will proceed to make my way through the hallway to the other room, assuming I have free path to do so.
Okay. Yeah, if you're content with that investigation, you can continue, or you can continue the investigation. Whether it reveals anything more, I really couldn't say at this point. Anything from Sepki? Thoughts, conversation, spells?
Well...
Rage?
Yeah, how you feeling over there?
I guess she is a little irritated, I guess, from earlier. So I don't think she's like in full rage just yet, or not quite there. So I don't know. I guess she'll go ahead and come in as well as everyone else. But I'm not sure like what exactly.
Do you want to just hang up
She would
and take
do.
cover behind the door that's partially blocking this room? Or do you want to go all the way out?
Yeah. I guess she'll take cover.
Okay. I would say with a dash, you could probably get to that chariot if you want to duck inside the chariot, but there is a spear sticking out the side that, opposite the cover you'd gain from it. So whether that provides much, you could say. You're going to stay by the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I open it up to the rest of the floor again.
Okay. Couple quick questions.
Mhm.
Still trying to get a grasp on what's going on. The spear stuck in the side of the chariot.
Yes.
Also, no magic to that, right?
Nope. No magic.
Okay. Are there any like things that look like depressions or possible pressure plates that have popped back up on the floor between the spear and the wall?
Make an investigation check.
Or, okay.
This will equate to your turn tracing the path that it took and looking for indentations. You do not see any sign of pressure plates or tripwires or levers or any mechanical means.
And are the two chariots the same style?
Yes, they are, in fact. The one on the other side looks like it has been graffitied, though.
Shocking.
Oh. Okay. And okay, the arrow that hit the spear came from this side of the room,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, and the arrow came from somewhere back in this direction.
Hold on a second, I need a ruler. Yeah, where's the ruler tool? I know. So on the back, the far side of the room, the paintings change to show the graffitied part.
Right.
The Empire.
Presumably,
Right.
the Genevite rebel that they were fighting against.
Right.
No, that's not what I want. Is this whole like side going towards this right corner, or Etrian?
Yes.
Okay, so it's splitting the room. The room essentially splits in between the chariots as to what's depicted.
Generally, yeah.
Okay. I can't see the people on their side of the room from here.
Yeah, this room's large enough that we're dealing with multiple spheres of light that I'm going to have to try to remember.
Good luck.
Yeah, and there's nothing close enough to the guys on their side to actually light them up for me to see.
Aquila has light emanating from her, so actually you can see Aquila and Tali.
Right, but I'm sorry, when I said guys, I meant the actual...
Oh, the soldiers in the back, you cannot see those, no.
Right,
You
right.
can just make out the other chariot with the help of Aquila's light.
I'm actually going to be running further.
Further into the room?
Yep.
Okay.
Where I was earlier.
Let me look something up real quick.
Maybe I'll see something. Get to the other side of the damn room.
Okay, that's interesting. That's good to know. Okay, all right. Cool.
What's interesting to know?
Okay, so then I go back here.
Interesting for who?
Also, I would be, since I only moved 40 feet, I would also be taking dodge action.
Okay. Um. Let's see. Okay. So, Holly, you were originally over here or so?
Mm.
Arlene?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, there we are.
Okay. Yeah, I was about there.
Okay. So you ran over that way, Aquila ran up that way. Okay. Well. Yeah, Ander, you wanted something to look at, and Omen's rushing forward to check out what's going on in this room. Okay. Tali, as you run up, Aquila, as you run up, you're running pretty much past each other in a shallow X type formation. And
Yep.
as you cross Ander and Omen, you notice that the chariot lifts off the ground and is thrown in your direction.
Anders' direction?
No, towards you two.
Our direction.
It's impossible
Or
to
our direction.
move
Okay, gotcha.
drawn objects.
Like, which chariot?
I'm just going to redraw it.
Cool. If I didn't think it was magical before, I definitely do now.
There's something going on.
Both of you just barely manage to get out of the way before it clatters to the ground. One of the larger front wheels breaking off, the spear clattering towards the side. But you saw it lift up. Everyone in the room, because Akil is the light source, you saw it lift up probably 3 or 4 feet off the ground and just, in a whoosh of motion, get thrown full force towards Tali and Aquila as they dive out of the way.
Spear fell to the ground.
The other two, the spear head that was sticking out of the wheel breaks off.
I thought you meant there was a free spear laying around. Never mind.
It's a
then.
spear head. I mean, there's weapons
There's a
all
pointy
over the
bit.
room.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder what would happen if we just started taking the weapons out of the.
Yeah, that crossed my mind too.
Like, what if we just disarm them?
There are a lot of weapons in this room.
Yeah,
you
Tali wants
reveal
to be a hedgehog.
a little bit more. That red square is a large arrow target, and you can see a number of arrows sticking out the front of it. As the mural continues, or the fresco continues on this side, you do see more Genovite rebels standing upright this time, a little bit better armed and armored, but they all just look super derpy. One of them's holding the sword by the sharp point, by the sharp end. Another one's hitting himself on the head with a hammer. The other one's squatted over.
For some people that lost.
Yeah.
gates. I know the moment I try to go past those soldiers are going to attack.
So you said to the left of Ander,
Wall behind.
map left is like lattice work gate,
Yes.
and there's, once again, just because I'm assuming nothing is obvious, there's no one on the other side of that, correct?
With the same perception investigation check you made just a round or two earlier, you do not see anybody on the other side of that gate.
Okay.
Let me reveal that.
Try not to take anything for granted.
Yeah, good question. Good question. Yes, you can look.
It's
through,
like, well,
you can look through the gate. You don't see anything more than peering out into another open room before your vision is once again taken by darkness. There is not a gate or door or anything on this side, however.
okie dokie then. That leaves me with suspicion of ghost. Poltergeist or something like that.
That was my suspicion too.
I'm more just wondering how the others made it through.
What if they didn't?
Then their corpses would be around here.
What if they're just using us to go through the trap so that they can just follow afterwards? Like how they do in the movies. They like hid somewhere.
Well, then they're probably very frustrated.
Omen is going to continue making his way into the room at a much faster gait now that he has seen a chariot almost fucking squash two of his comrades.
Okay.
So, yeah. And frankly, he'll be damned if a line of whatever the fuck is going to stop him from trying to figure out what the hell is going on in this room. So,
Oh, I'm not stopping. It's just when I was like, okay, I guess they're gonna try to attack me.
Yeah, I'm Paul, to give you time to think and talk things out. I just don't want to continually throw things at you and you guys be like, wait, I'm still thinking. So.
I'm gonna run through, but I'm still doing dodge action.
Okay. You do so.
Yep.
Just going to be nice and reveal the rest of the wall.
Thank you.
Since I know
Ooh.
you're gonna make your way over there anyway, and Omen's charging his way forth too, somewhere in that area. Yeah, you see two more of these targets again littered with arrows, and the mural continues all the way back.
Is there anything on the ceiling? Any murals, or is the ceiling just blank?
The ceiling is largely unadorned. Yeah, there's nothing going on up there. There's some reinforced ribbing to the stonework of the room. That does have the Etrian geometric patterns to it, but no artwork. And you look up, they are not magical.
Yeah, I've given up on that one. Since I'm actually right here, I'm gonna
Forget the spike door.
Well, that's what I was gonna investigate further.
Okay.
If I focus my attention on the spike or on the gate and said door that seems like it's attached to it, and I'm assuming you're gonna tell me to roll an investigation check. Does the door look like it's been triggered already? Slash, is it reset? And do I see any way to open the actual gate itself? Investigation, I assume?
Are you staying where you are? If not, move to where you will be. And two, yes, make an investigation check.
Yes, I am, because I'm only 10 feet away. I'm assuming I'd be able to see, because that's within the range of
Yeah.
the clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So don't want to get within range of the door itself.
Gotcha.
Door looks like 10 feet. I'm trying to give it the 10 feet.
Okay. With a 20, you notice around the base of where this latticework gate is, you can see a few splinters and bits of wood that look like they have fallen off from the latticework. There does look to even be some cross sections where they were rooted together that have fallen out and now litter the floor. You can see there is a groove at the top, presumably where the gate could be lifted up. On the other side, you can just make out there is an indentation on the wall over here, where it looks like there may be a lever or a crank or something. There is a mechanism that is connecting the gate to the spike door trap. It looks like, as it is, since you are on the side where the trap activates, it's easier to see how the trap works. You suspect that when the door is activated, either by the crank or by sheer force, the door will swing open and impale whoever is trying to get in. It does look like it is currently set.
Okie dokie. If I can have another action, I'm going to do it now. If not, I'm putting this in place for whenever kind of it's appropriate to come around again.
Okay.
I'm going to send Mage Hand through the door and see if I can operate the crank.
Okay. We'll get to that in just a second.
Sure.
Any thoughts from anyone else?
My next thing was actually going to be to go investigate the door, but Anna beat me to it. So I guess I'll just start heading in his direction.
Okay.
I'll just hang out right here.
Akila, any thoughts now that you are on the other side of the room?
Okay, so this wall has spears and stuff too?
Yep. Different pictures, but same ornamentation, largely.
Just don't want to stand still. Because that seems like a bad idea.
Mechanically, whether you're standing still or running, it does not give you a bonus to your AC.
Okay.
So, I mean, just think of anything proactive you would like to do. Let me actually... I'll give you guys some breathing room while I go and grab something. I need to put this on the right layer so I can be sneaky about it.
No sneaky.
Oh right, that was before we were doing online games. I'll just use one of these. Good. I believe that's on the right layer. Okay, so that was there. Okay. Any thoughts? Anybody?
Omen would continue to try to figure out what the fuck has been going on in this room.
Yeah.
Uh, if nothing attacks him or anything along those lines, he would move back to go into the other room. The one with all of the statues from before.
Back the room you just came from.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay.
Over here to touch range of Ander and cast guidance on him for his mage hand thing.
Okay.
To pull the lever. I don't know if that'll work, considering it's mage hand, but we shall see.
It's a nice thought.
Just in case. Yeah.
So.
And I mean, if anything, I'm here to help. Keep watch.
Are-
back,
So I'm just trying to get a grasp of things.
Mm-hmm.
Because this room is like, things are not laid out. They're laid out symmetrically, like vertically, but obviously it's not really symmetrical, or other way around maybe. But so if the depictions of soldiers switches to what is probably current Empire, the Empire humans, halfway between the chariots, is it made to look like the Etrian forces are like outnumbered? Are the human forces depicted with the same like density, so that they would have 40, 70, 30?
Aquila does have light, actually, so you can make out the other side of the room. It's a bit distant, so you're not getting a lot of detail. But it does look like there are more Genevite rebels than there are well-armored, well-equipped, well-trained Etrian soldiers. They, however, don't seem to care as much as simple paintings can look like they care. Yes, there does seem to be more rabble than there is trained soldiers.
That's right.
I guess that was a dumb question in hindsight, actually.
It's a good historical point of order to clarify. The all the historians and archaeologists up topside would have a ball in this room, if they didn't have things being thrown at them.
There we go.
Well, I'm split between trying to figure out if the puzzle is how to stop the weapons or just how to get the hell out of the room.
I think getting the hell out of the room is the first order of business.
Well, that's why I'm working on both.
Aquila, while Ander is contemplating this, I need you to make a strength check.
Strength check. A check. Okay. Fuck. Strength has not been working for me tonight.
Okay. Yes, you begin to feel the sensation of weightlessness as you are lifted 3 or 4 inches off the ground, and then shot full speed into the ceiling.
It's like I was gonna say the moment that happens, you start swinging around with her sword, trying to hit.
Yeah, you start. Yeah, as in the split
just in
second,
case.
You do one quick slash in a random direction, and you are thrown into the ceiling. You take closer to the side. I round up. You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as you are thrown up into the ceiling. However, are you held there? You are not held there. You slam approximately 30 feet up into the ceiling and then fall 30 feet back down.
No.
Did you get a dex check to see if she can land?
Yeah.
Yeah, roll a dexterity save. This will half the damage if you get it. A 13 is not enough.
Nope.
You take another 10 points of bludgeoning damage as you are quickly
Okay.
wham.
Well, then I'm going to use Stone's Endurance.
Okay.
So that's 9 points of damage negated.
Okay. You draw in the various minerals that you've taken in the recent weeks and months and force them to the surface, hardening your skin. You slam down onto the ground with the sound of a boulder. Little crack, spider webs from your indentation as you hit the stone floor. You are prone, and you absorbed 9 of that 14 damage.
Yeah, I'm just going to get up and I'm honestly just going to start wrecking things.
Okay.
It's like, this is bullshit. Taylor is fine with this. Akila is fed up.
Okay. Ander, with Tali's kind of, sort of, maybe help, you were going to cast Mage Hand, and Omen, you were heading back to the first room?
Yeah.
Once again, Sevgi, feel free to chime in whenever you'd like. So, since Ander has already stated his intention, do I want to let guidance apply to a mage hand?
You. I just did it just in
If
case.
it's-
Sure, why not? So you cast Mage
Yay.
Hand and you float it over to where whatever this door opening mechanism is, and you want to try to open it.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I don't want to look up the pounds of force you need
Pounds.
versus a various length of
Oh.
iron chain, go ahead and roll a charisma check to see with what force you can move this crank.
Okay.
Jack doesn't want to do the extra math.
I mean, I'll sit
And I don't-
here for 15 minutes looking up this physics if you really want me to.
No.
Check.
Why would I?
Because you brought it up. Okay.
You said you didn't want to do the extra math.
It does take a little bit of time, but you do slowly, and it lifts up out of the ground slightly. We'll say it takes approximately 2 turns for a mage hand to be able to crank it all the way up. In the meantime, Aquila, you're wrecking something. Is there something in particular you would like to wreck? And Omen, is anything else you would like to do in this first room?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the other door.
Okay, you run all the way down to the other door. I'll say with a dash, just for simplicity, you make it over there. It is, as I said before, a large stone door. I will describe it again if you would like me to.
Nope, I'm gonna kick the shit out of it.
Okay. I will let you choose between a straight strength check or an attack roll, depending on whether you want to just bust, whether you want to break it, or whether you want to
Yeah.
try to push it through.
At this point, there's one broken thing, a floating chariot that exploded, daggers everywhere. We could blame this on the people who came in
Sure.
here before.
Yeah.
Because they busted through a wall and
Yeah.
do not care about keeping it intact.
Gotcha.
An attack roll would be better for me if that is, but I don't think an attack roll is a door. it's a stone wall essentially.
Yeah, and there are rules for attacking, walls and stuff. They have hit points and hardness rate. Actually, I don't know if they have hardness ratings in this edition, but they have AC. They have hit points. It'd be easy to hit the door. Whether you do enough damage to break it is a different story, or it would be a decently high DC just to push through the door, as Aquila did, but she did so on an 18. So I'll leave that up to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to go through that door, see if there's anything different on that side of it.
Okay. Okay. Yes, a 17. Very similar to when Aquila pushed herself through the door. You can just give it one big shove as you throw all of your weight into it. It similarly does slam down onto the ground, pivots a little bit. You manage to bob and weave out of the way because you're not purposely trying to grab it. You don't care. You throw the door forward, knock it out of its where it's been fixed. Slams down with a thundering crack. Breaks in a few places, and you reveal a long hallway. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Aquila, are you running towards one of these soldiers, getting ready to stab at it?
No,
or
I was
something?
like, honestly, she was gonna smash the closest thing to her, which was the archery target.
Okay. You're gonna go over to the archery target and give that a whack.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's the closest thing and first thing that's in line of sight.
You spend some movement pulling yourself off of the ground, dusting yourself up, and throwing yourself at this archery target.
She's just angry and needs to vent for a second.
As you do so, a sword comes flying off of this wall here, or so you assume, because it flies past the back of your head. You can hear it whoosh behind you as you stab into this archery target.
I'll look over at that.
Yet again, you see an empty spot on the wall where presumably a sword would have been.
Fucking hate this place. But at the same time, I guess I almost certainly would have heard what Omen did.
Yes, you do in fact hear a large crash, presumably coming back from the room you had previously been in.
Right. I guess I'm gonna start heading towards that noise.
Okay.
Because clearly something's happened, and, I don't know what Omen's been up to because I haven't actually seen him.
Sure. Yeah, you spent some movement getting up and going over there. I'm just gonna wing it and say you make it over there somewhere.
That's
I mean, I would have walked past you in the other chamber. Doesn't matter.
I was gonna say, I think back was towards you pretty much the whole time you were in there.
It's
I don't know.
playing theater of the mind.
Yeah.
Can you not see the map?
Not. I'll talk after the session.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Okay. For Andertali and Sevgi over in their corner, the door does lift. Well, I said it would take 2 rounds, so that was one thing on Taylor. Omen ran down, or I should say Aquila. He was attacked.
Thank you.
Another round of cranking the door up goes by. Omen, you found a hallway. Are you doing anything with this hallway?
Yes, I am going to start moving down it carefully, examining the floor for pressure plates, examining the wall for holes, examining the ceiling for rocks that might fall on me.
Okay.
To walk slowly and assuredly down this hallway.
Sure.
For zombies that might come out of hidden hidey hole.
This actually does go off of the map. But you make your way down this hallway. It goes down for probably another 20, 30 feet past where I've shown that you can see. Though presumably you do have your own light source at this point. Actually, I don't think you ever turned off your torch. Turned off. You can continue going forward. Go ahead and make an investigation check because you are looking for traps and such. Okay. You continue forward, a relatively slow pace, just making sure you keep an eye on everything. This hallway is relatively unadorned. There is the normal Etrian geometric pattern on the top and bottom moldings. You continue until you get to an intersection in the road. It is. Let me take a look at this. You look map south, and it descends into darkness. You look map east, hallway into darkness. You look map north, and you can... I assume that bubble is around you is your light range. It descends into darkness. You get to an intersection, and it's darkness around all three corridors.
Does the hallway widen at any of them, or is it similarly as the 5x5 indicated on the map?
It does actually, where it intersects, it does open into a larger sort of central room that's probably about 30 by 30. Good for reminding me there. There is a pool of water in the center there. Or what at one point probably would have been a pool of water. You don't see any water in it currently, though you do see where at one point there may have been a water line that over a millennia and a half the water slowly ate away at the rock. Just briefly. That would normally be a pretty high investigation check, but I'm going to give it to you because it's a cool detail. There are places where torches would be put on the wall. There's currently nothing in them. And there are benches around the side of this room. And then there are the 4 openings that split off into this intersection. There is actually... there is writing towards map north in front of or atop the archway that leads in that direction. Written in ancient Etrian. Do you speak Elvish? Is Elven one of your proficiencies?
Not one of the languages I can speak readily.
Okay. You do not readily understand what it says. And that, I believe, is all you notice.
Okay. I am going to, in that case, I'm going to place the torch I'm holding into one of the sconces and light an additional one and go back to the first room.
Okay, go back the way you came from.
Yep.
All right. Aquila, were you heading back towards Ander et al? You're muted.
I mean, I'd be running by him for sure.
Towards.
But it's, I heard this loud.
You're going to investigate that. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's like I hear this loud crash. It's like, what's going on?
Well, go ahead and move yourself, because you know how far you can move, which is a whole bunch.
80 feet.
Yep. Okay, you run past the three of them. Sepki, I'm just going to... Well, you said you were hanging out by that door, so until you tell me otherwise, you're still standing there. Everyone else could squeeze past you. Okay, you notice. Actually, you were right by them just as Ander, you finish lifting the gate into the recess atop there, and just as it clatters to the top, ting, the spiked gate goes slamming into where that gate was, just whooshing past your nose. As you are just past that 10-foot mark, you stumble back a bit, but the spikes do slam.
Yeah, I was definitely expecting that.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I've judged that.
Yep. Yeah, and the spikes do slam into where somebody who had just opened the door would now be standing. Now, there is a much heavier, stronger metal reinforced gate with spikes on the other side, preventing your movement into that hallway. It does not reset automatically.
God damn it, I should have told you to stop it earlier.
We could have just...
I almost said last turn, like half up is enough to get through if that hasn't... Like...
Because
okay.
You didn't ask, I will tell you just from your investigation, which I believe was high enough. If it stops cranking, the gate would have fallen.
Oh.
I mean, the mage hand might have been able to hold it there, but it wasn't declared, so we're just going to keep going.
So I'm guessing I have to drop the gate back down to reset the trap.
Is that what you are attempting?
Before I do that, I'm going to shout, since it looked behind me, because I was going to shout to everyone, hey, I got it open. Aquila, can you move the spike door?
All right, I'll try.
Actually, before I do that, are there hinges on the spike door?
I mean, there kind of have to be for it to swing.
Yeah.
So, could we just try to pry it off the hinges and remove it?
You could attempt that.
I mean, or can you just pull it back without actually resetting it? Because supposedly it's there's a spring somewhere in this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is a tension gate, so now that it is at full tension, it would be difficult, not impossible, but it will require a lot of strength to push that tension back into its reset point.
So getting rid of the spring would probably be the better idea. But the mechanism, is the mechanism exposed on this side? I mean, since presumably the trap is aimed for the other side.
I was hoping that maybe it was just heavy enough that it didn't bounce back, but that...
The way it slammed, there had to be some force acting on it.
Right, but I was hoping maybe it was something where the spring... Because...
Yeah,
I don't understand the physics of this. I assume the spring might have just been detached by the time it hits the wall. Or hits the opening.
No, the spring is stretched when it's set. This is it relaxed.
Yeah, so you would have to depress, tighten the string back up in order to push it back the ways.
like I said, is the mechanism exposed on this side?
Is the mechanism exposed? Let me envision this trap in more detail.
Fair enough.
Because I have not seen one of these in real life, so I'm having to quickly throw together the schematics in my head.
It's presumably they wouldn't need to hide it since it's supposed to take out people on the other side. So on this side, they might have it exposed.
The hinges and the spring and the tensing plates are exposed on this side.
So can I try to take out the spring?
In what way?
Well,
Rip it
I'd
off,
need to know what
slash at it.
Well, no, I mean, because you said the mechanism is exposed, so theoretically the spring is.
Sure.
And most times springs are attached by hooks more than, being... Because, you hook a spring onto a thing.
Sure.
So if it's in its relaxed state, it should be easier to pull off right now.
Make a roll to disarm this trap.
What's the roll?
We're gonna call this a strength check because you are. Yeah, you're trying to force the spring off.
I don't suppose it can get some guidance.
Yeah.
No, I mean it would be a fairly poor trap if that wasn't otherwise secured. One use and the spring could just pop right off.
Fair, but it's a lot of times you hook springs so that they can be replaced over. But at the same time, I can see why they wouldn't necessarily.
Without being an engineer, I'm not going to dive into this any further. So
I
appreciate the thoroughness. Go ahead and roll to disarm.
Sorry, and Tali's giving me guidance. Awesome. Never mind.
Okay, with a 20,
but I'll take it anyway.
21. You can manage to, just use your brute strength to pull one of these spring levers, one of the tensing plates up, with your foot pushed down on one of the spring or the hook reinforcements, and push the spring down, and it takes you're kind of doing this multi-armed. You are just tall enough. If you were a little shorter, you probably wouldn't be able to do it, or not as strong, you wouldn't be able to do it. But eventually, pop, and the mechanism dislodges, and the gate does swing a little bit.
And now just push it open.
Okay. Make a dexterity save.
Yeah. Tired of making saves. Yeah, that one wasn't bad.
16. As you go to approach the gate to swing it back, presumably on a force of its own, whoosh, it launches back in the other direction, possibly with more force this time, and you just barely recoil enough to get out of the way of the door, whoosh, slamming back against the stone wall that it was previously resting against.
This place. I hate it so much.
Interesting.
Well, I'm gonna walk through.
Okay.
Because fuck this room.
I mean, the four of you, if you really want to just dash into the other room, you can do so. Omen is nowhere in sight, and you heard a loud crash somewhere back the way you came.
That's a fair point. Forgot about that for a second.
Can I see the mechanism from where I'm at?
Sure.
Like the crank?
From where you are currently at, you can just barely make out a point of it. I mean, it depends on what you want to do. To get a better view of it, you would have to step closer to the door, into the range of its damage area.
Yeah, I mean, well, because what I want to do is, since Omen is not here right now, obviously we need to go find him.
Want to set it?
I was going to see if there's some way to jam the up, like to keep it locked in an up position.
I have a spring.
Unless you can think of a really creative way to use that, that's probably not going to work for, I believe, what
Say,
he said.
is there like a gear mechanism?
There are no exposed gears now.
Okay, that's fine.
Is there anything exposed on the walls that in theory the crank could be like tied to lock it in place?
If you can get a good rope knot on it, you could presumably, tie it to any number of the weapon hooks that are in this corner of the room.
Oh, we have rope.
Got lots of rope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I mean, either I can keep holding it like with mage hand, or someone can run in and hold it while someone ties. If anyone's volunteering, if not, I'll run in and hold it.
I'll hold it.
I can go hold it.
Someone take some rope in. I'll grab the other end.
Okay.
Someone
Yeah. Okay. I'll do it.
Okay.
tie off essentially your end of the rope, and I'll tie
Yeah.
up mine.
Yeah.
So, Ander, you're going to one of the weapon hooks to tie the rope on one end. Somebody's going to the mechanism to hold the mechanism, while the other person goes and ties a knot onto the mechanism to hold it in place. If I'm
I
understanding.
mean, in theory, is my mage hand not holding it while?
I would say you would need to concentrate enough on this plan and tying the rope.
Okay. So then, yes, two people would need to go in,
And you
one
would
to
be
hold
out
it,
of
one
sight.
to...
It would. I mean, it's not impossible,
Okay,
but you have extra
that's-
hands, so.
That's fair. I would be out of sight, probably. So, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Two people need to run in, one to hold, one to tie, and then I'll go tie the other end of that said rope to one of the weapon
Right. So
hooks.
I need Ander to make a use rope check, which I think we're just going to make a dexterity check. And whoever is tying the rope on the other side. Or, I will say, either dexterity or intelligence. Because you can either tie the knot really well, or you could know of a really good knot to tie. While you guys are getting that set up, Omen, what is your new line of thought?
Going back into the room where all of the shenanigans are taking place.
Okay. Yeah, you can just about make it up to that next door.
Cool.
You can peer inside. You can see the three of them run out of view. Ander back into this corner. The other two, perhaps through the doorway you previously saw was blocked. Sevgi is still pressed up against the door in the hallway. Do we got those rope checks?
Okay. I wasn't sure. So dex check.
Either dex or intelligence. I see Ander got a 10. Tying that will be simpler than the other. Okay. So you tie off the ropes on both ends, and you very tentatively release and hold for a second, just to make sure it doesn't slip. It does not. Let me place people where they are. I'm used to being mean to Christian because I know he can take it.
Whose life are you about to ruin?
Mine.
Ander,
Or mine, because
Oh,
I'm within
make a
10 feet.
dexterity
Okay.
saving throw with disadvantage because you were busy tying a rope.
Oh no. Well, at least it wasn't a nat one.
Okay. There's a slight creaking of wood behind you. You turn around and look at the gate, thinking it's slipping just a bit. It's not, and you don't hear anything, so you go back to tying your rope. as behind you, unbeknownst to the three of you who are busy doing something else, Sevgi, you see just in time, peering out, focusing your attention between Omen and further into the room you were looking in. You see the other chariot closer to you lift off the ground and hurl itself into the corner that Ander is in. Chariots are actually not terribly heavy, but they are bulky and covered in
big
spikes.
At least wheel spikes.
And I roll low. Ander, you take 12 points of bludgeoning and piercing damage, and you are knocked prone and actually underneath this cart. Again, two of the wheels are broken as it slammed into the corner, and you are sort of pressed underneath of it. The rope that was previously held taut here has been hit by a heavy chariot. There isn't a lot of slack, or else it would just... this probably isn't going to work, but let's just see how forgiving this rope is.
I don't know if I want high or low.
This was a very that's not enough to do it. The weak point on the rope was towards the hook end, and you just about get the rope hooked around this weapon hook as you are slammed by this chariot, pulling the rope off of the weapon hook. The two of you in the other corridor here see and hear this chariot impact. The rope goes slack, and the gate slams back down. The trap is broken, so it doesn't spring or reset or anything, but the gate is down, and you are momentarily cut off from the group.
It's one of those, it's like I probably would just sort of immediately go over there because
Start cranking back up.
Well, no, it's like, first I want to see what happened if someone's dead.
You can press your face against the bars of this and look over.
Are you still alive over there?
I assume Ander has exclaimed out in pain.
Yeah, I would imagine getting hit by a cart would probably elicit a yell. I'm guessing then the chariot is still in like one piece then. It didn't smash against the wall or anything?
Mostly. It's pretty sturdy. Like I said, the wheels snapped off, but the chariot as a bulk thing is intact.
Yeah, okay. Seeing that he's
of course.
under the chariot, I would at that point just head back to the crank and start cranking it.
Okay. With the weight of a person here doing this, it will take your turn, but you can do so.
All right. And then I would be asking Tali to hold it.
Omen, in this time, I assume you make your way back into the next room?
Yeah. Just enough that I can see everyone, and we'll look strangely at the chariot and everyone else, and just say, there are more options down the other hallway. Perhaps even an easier path into nodding towards the gate, that room. Is everyone all right?
Anders under the chariot.
Under the cart. Not really. Because I am guessing I don't probably have the strength to move this thing off myself from below it.
You can try.
I feel like I'm more liable to hurt myself.
The surge of adrenaline just like boosts the thing off of him, like the Hulk.
Well, considering that the Goliaths have, the Goliath and the other giant kin, I'm guessing
half
both
giant.
have stupid lift and pull weights.
Yeah, they both have the extra.
If I'm not being crushed and damaged further by this thing,
No.
then I will probably wait for someone to help me get it off so that I don't manage to dislodge it somehow and make it crush me more.
Okay.
Not to mention, I guess in theory, I'm at least somewhat safe from flying swords under it.
For the moment, yeah.
All right. How are we doing so?
All I said is like, is Zoman gonna do it since he's there already?
If I have the opportunity to do so, yes.
Yeah.
If not,
Yeah.
I will wait.
Yeah, but please go ahead if you would like to yank the chariot off of Evander. You can do so. That is a strength check. A 15 will work given, as they said, your half giant ability to lift and pull heavier things. Chariots, in fact, aren't all that heavy. I did actually look it up, and a Greek chariot only weighs about 30 kilograms, which I found interesting. But I suppose it makes
2.2
sense.
pounds.
Yeah, so
I wonder what they're made out of.
it's bulky, so you do kind of have to throw your weight into it and rest it on your hip, and you just kind of throw it towards the side. It's not blocking either of the doors, but Ander, you can scrabble out from underneath it and stand up.
Are we going through the open gate here, or are we going back the other way?
Be easier. This was complicated.
'Cause it's going backwards.
Tali, are you standing there at the opening of this hallway?
Yes.
Okay, make a dex save.
Okay. Please.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yes, this trap that you have thoroughly disarmed, you don't suspect to be any bother until it swings again. It actually does clip the edge of the chariot that Omen tossed over. It doesn't knock it into anybody else. It does smash into that side of the chariot, demolishing one of the corners, which gives you enough time to push yourself backwards so these spikes don't impale you, as it is once again thrown with some external force back on its hinge.
You were almost shish Katali.
Though now that the spring is not there holding it tight, it does actually bounce with its momentum and doesn't reset itself all the way back to the wall, but just kind of limply swings there for a little bit.
Look, I just want to get out of this room.
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
When the rope came off the handle earlier,
Right.
the gate just immediately came crashing down?
Yes, because nobody was holding on to it.
So there's no way we would have to do something to get everyone out of that room, because now they're in there holding it. If they let go to move through it, the gate comes down.
Unless you can think of a different way to secure it. Yes. Or you could use your mage hand trick again.
I was gonna
That
say,
might work.
might work.
You'll remember you had to put an extra amount of concentration in to be able to exert that amount of force with a mage hand, but it is a possibility.
I really only need it though as long as. All right. Which way are we going?
Yeah, we can go the safer route.
I don't know if it's safer, but let's try it.
Cast
So at the
Mage
same time,
Hand.
it feels kind of a pain to just to go to all the effort to do this and then not.
Effort.
My one thought is if we are going backwards, that means traps are probably not set
Yeah, not for.
towards us. But if we want to go the other way, if looks easier, that's fine. I'll cast Mage Hand.
I was like, personally, I do want to go this way, but
We just need to come to a consensus. Does anyone have a strong feeling one way or another?
I want to go this way.
Yeah, I don't really have a strong feeling.
Omen, you feel something hit the back of your armor with quite an amount of force. There might be a bruise there in the morning, but you're wearing heavy armor, and it did not hit with enough force or in the right place to do any damage. But you were just hit by something. You turn around real quick, and there is a sword laying on the ground behind you, slightly dented.
Omen, did you want to go whichever way you've discovered down there? I don't know what you saw. Or
It's just more always. It just seems easier than. I mean, we're already halfway through this one.
if that's the case, let's.
Whichever way is easier. Pick up the sword and throw it idly into the darkness.
Okay.
All right, if that's the case, let's all move through the gate quickly before it tries to slam it on anyone else.
Yes.
Okay.
Like full-on sprinting.
I want Omen and Sevgi to make initiative rolls. Ander, you can get through. Ander, make an initiative roll anyway. You only got to move like 15 feet, but let's throw you in there anyway.
Hey, Tolly, we got to avoid initiative.
Is there any point in putting this on the combat tracker, or just
No.
making a roll?
No, just make a roll. Okay. Ander, you bolt forward past this gate. Omen, a little slower. You spent a little bit of time tossing the sword behind you, trying to keep an eye out to see if you instigated something you can rage at. Turn and you run towards where your comrades have suggested you move. Sevgi, you have to take time pushing yourself around this section of the doorway. And you start running towards where they are going. Make a strength check for me. Is that rolling on your end? I'm not seeing it here.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, we didn't hear you.
Uh, 9.
It is.
Sevgi, as you are running forward, you take a step forward in your gait, and you realize your foot doesn't hit the ground. It is lifted off just as your back leg is lifted off again. You are lifted about 4 inches or so off the ground and thrown into the spiked side of the gate with incredible force. Those effects are going to compound.
Oh no.
That is an ouchie full trap.
Yeah.
Hope you have some healing spells prepared.
I feel mean.
Ew.
I feel mean about all of this.
Oh my god!
Sevi, you
Oof.
take 40 points of bludgeoning and piercing damage as you are thrown
Oh my God, are you
into
still-
this spike trap. You're 8th level. Are you still conscious? You should still be conscious. You were buried, though.
You took 10 points earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, she already
Yeah,
took some
barely
damage.
conscious, but yeah.
You are conscious. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, you
Well,
are
thank
slammed into
goodness.
this spike trap. Luckily, the spikes are placed far enough out that it only scrapes against some areas. You have deep cuts in your forearm, in your forearm on one side, your upper arm on the other side. Both sides of your legs have deep cuts in them, and there's a deep gash against the lower side. And you slammed your head back on the reinforced iron of this gate, but you were able to pull yourself off and throw yourself weakly down the hallway out of the range of these spikes. As all of you...
I was gonna say, once she's in, I release the lever.
You release the lever, and
Once she's in.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
You
It's like, I don't want
release
to hurt her
the
more.
lever, and the gate comes crashing down. We are past time, so I'm going to call it here. As the gate goes crashing down, hello, Weirtag. Weirtag? A person who can, on the full moon, shift into a tag. As you throw yourself down this hallway, or maybe he's wearing a tag? I think it was spelled that way. We'll worry about that later. You throw yourself down this hallway. The 5 of you together again, battered and bruised and hurt and frustrated to all hell. Sevgi with a few more holes than everybody else at the moment. The gate comes slamming down, and from somewhere back in the darkness of the chamber you just left, you hear this eerie, disembodied voice. Genovite rebels, you defilers,
Navian.
you waste your time. Our general will rise, and you will be driven back.
She doesn't have her fancy spear, does she?
And we're going to close it there.
I figured that was.
I'm elvish.
I know, it's like, we're not Genovites. None of us are.
It does actually
That's our
speak
first
psychically into your mind, so it bypasses language barrier. You hear exactly what she said.
Yeah, but either way, I said it's like, none of us are
She.
Genovite.
Interesting. It's a she.
Yeah.
Cool. Information.
Okay. Any immediate last things anyone wants to do before we call it here? I think we're going to call it here. We're done.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll save that for next time.
Remember where you are and the things you want to do, but that was the cliffhanger. We're going to end it on. Okay. Man, that really got out of hand.
Yeah, Jack.
Okay.
We made it through though.
Barely in one case.
Yeah. Okay. Everything took considerably longer than I stopped expecting times. But we didn't get to our big boss fight. But a cool dungeon crawl is fun, I think. Dealt with some traps, did a minor combat, and whatever this mess just was.
I don't know, Jack. What was it?
Well, we'll see how much I can divulge in the after show. Okay. I had a ton of fun. I'm really eager and in some cases anxious to hear how you guys are doing. I had a ton of fun. We are moving through this small tomb, this small dungeon, presumably towards some larger encounter, which maybe we'll get to next week. I'm going to stop saying we're getting to the climax of this inciting event. It's going to happen when it happens. It just means you have to keep coming back for all the excitement. So, that's where we're gonna wrap up. I know it was a little frustrating towards the end there, but I hope it was still entertaining and suspenseful, and we'll see how it all pays out in the episodes to come. So I'm really eager and anxious to talk to all of you about your thoughts, but we're going to save that for the after show. So if you are interested, our viewers, in checking that out, you can head over to our Patreon, our adventure tier supporters, $5 a month, get access to after shows, Discord channels, lore entries dropped earlier and in sometimes in more detail. And then there's tiers up and down from that you can check out. So we're going to go do an after show. I had a ton of fun. I'm hoping everybody else did. We're going to wrap it up for now. I hope it was enjoyable for everybody. I hope it was suspenseful. We had some lulls as everybody considered what they were doing, but that comes with the game, and I like that everybody was thinking critically and trying to figure out what was going on, checking all their bases. I think it was really good. So, yeah, man, I'm just mumbling because I had a ton of fun, and I can't wait to see how this goes going forward. So, we're gonna go do an after show. As always, we are the People's Ascension. Thank you for sticking around and watching our show. I hope you had fun. Continue joining us every Saturday at 2 o'clock. We are glad to have you. Go tell your friends. Go drop by Discord and join us in some discussions or artwork or memes, mostly memes, lots of memes. And just keep coming back and having fun. We always appreciate you here. And again, if you want some sci-fi to go with your fantasy, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, respectively, Star Trek, Cyberpunk, respectively. All that is posted below. Go check that out. So, for now, this is the People's Ascension signing off. You guys have a nice, restful, long rest, and we will catch you next week. Thanks for joining us.